Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free online episode of Yoga and Meditation for body, mind, and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. A big global namaste from all of us at Healing Our Earth. Today is actually a very special day because we're going to start by talking about Shraddh, and it's also in loving memory of the Queen who has served us so well. And then we're going to follow that with yoga and meditation. But just before we start, I'd like to invite you to close your eyes, to go into breathing deeply, relaxing, releasing, and just bringing your focus to the present moment. Taking in a nice deep breath And exhale, let go, release. And take another nice deep breath. And let go and release. And I'm going to start this with Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. But you are welcome to use any mantras, anything that you like to be able to open the program today. Om. 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 Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome you to open your eyes, to take a moment to come back. And again, big global namaste to all of you. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to start with a lovely poem that I've actually written recently in memory of the Queen. To be able to remember the Queen, to be able to reflect on her dynasty, to be able to just spend a few minutes to just see exactly what the Queen has actually been able to do for us. So the Queen inherited an enduring and complex legacy of the British Empire. Under British colonies, there were many felonies. The days spent in oppression counted in memories. Children in infirmaries, separated from families, a sense of urgency, World War II emergency. Transition from British colonies to member state freedoms. They say for the good of mankind in Commonwealth nations. Freedom from oppression, free to move the nation. Is freedom a rare gem or a mere illusion? The Queen's early start to royalty, married at 21 and Queen at 22. Responsibility came early, young bright star, the family's early memory. A queen of modern times, moving with the times, adapting, adjusting, accommodating, welcoming, with re-inspecting and reinventing, with empathy for people above politics, country first, her feelings second, unwavering in her duties for the nation, be seen to be believed, her motion. Personality charismatic and charming, winning nations' trust while smiling, speeding up through time, the Queen's wisdom flowing, the present moment reviving, country of conscious change emerging, longest standing monarchy, the best yet of a hierarchy, 70 years of service and duties on throne. Did she envision that when she was born? She did what was right, just and fair, opening the gates, welcoming people in, from leaving life behind in other Commonwealth countries to creating new beginnings to boom in British businesses. From zero to hero, from nowhere to now here, let us bow our heads and remember the dead. They came with nothing, but they left us everything. The Queen, virtuous and righteous, living on in our hearts and memories. Let us never forget history, for history shapes our perception of reality. And as we get the leaders now emerging and coming to support the Queen, we can actually just reflect on that for a moment and just see the impact that the Queen has been able to create in so many people, in the minds of the hearts of many people, the leaders that are leading the way that have actually come down to pay their respects, the queues just outside Buckingham Palace, and we can see and we can reflect on just what the Queen actually meant. So, in loving memory of Queen Elizabeth II, who reigned from 26th of April 1926 to the 8th of November 2022, we pay homage to her and thank her for her service to the country. Fish Krishna. And I would also like to take this moment to just be able to reflect on exactly what the Queen did mean to us. To each of us, she did something special. To each of us, she meant something different. And to actually see how that has been able to reflect through the centuries, through her decades, sorry, as time that she's actually served, and the impact that that's actually created. Many people that were actually in Uganda, in Kenya, as my parents and my grandparents certainly were, to then come to the UK and to be able to establish themselves, to be able to build a life on themselves where they've literally come from nothing and then they've been able to create that life. And it's thanks to the Queen that's actually opened those doors for her Commonwealth nation, from her Commonwealth citizens, to be able to create that life. And so today is also Shrad, and we do also pay our respects to Pitru Paksha as well, as I'm sure Shri Hemingbai will be able to give us a little bit more insight on exactly what Shrad is and exactly what Shrad means to us. So a big global namaste, Hemingbai. Thank you so much for joining us.
Namaste Riddhiben, so nice to see you and meet today on this auspicious occasion of prayers, of Shraddha. And as you said, Mother Queen, she is Ma to us. The head of the state is always somebody who is of a kind of a parental figure to us. And today we remember her love and care. Wherever she went, she was there to support and help and motivate us towards doing good in life. There are lots of examples we've heard recently on the television and other media about her work, hard work and support and dedication. In fact, it was the last 2 days before her passing away that she did the handover of the new Prime Minister of England. Means imagine that, working till the last 2 days of your life. And
Amazing service for the nation, isn't it? It's just her dedication and her steadfastness to her vows to be able to continue right up until the very last moment. And so it's amazing how we can actually reflect then on Matrabhumi, Karma Bhumi, and Dharma Bhumi, where we are now as well, our Karma Bhumi in Britain, and to be able to have that nice time of reflection.
indeed, and we across where I am in Midlands, in temples, whichever temple you go to, there is prayers happening every temple. They've got murtis, photographs, and they are doing prayers to the divine energies to bless her soul, that may she rest in peace, and that the legacy that she has left behind, may we continue to take it forward and even grow and prosper more and more.
Absolutely. So, Shri Hemingpai, I'd just like to introduce you. A lot of our viewers already know who you are, but I'd just like to actually reiterate that you are actually a Hindu priest. You've given us amazing service in the UK as well to be able to share those slokas, to be able to share those blessings with all of us. And so, Shri Hemingpai, for those of you that aren't aware, he's a Hindu priest from Leicester. He's a speaker and spiritual guide. He was born in a family of Hindu Brahmin priests and began studying the Vedic scriptures in an ashram, hermitage, and learned ceremonies there in India. He loves to share the divine wisdom of our Vedic culture, especially the message of Bhagwan Rama.
Ramanti iti Rama. Yes, I don't know why, but Ram is my who I look up to. In fact, I believe that Ramayana is part of our culture in all of South Asia. If you go to Malaysia, if you go to Thailand, you will see everywhere the stories of Lord Rama. So yes, I don't know, he has affected me in a profound way.
Yes, absolutely. And Sri Hanumanji is actually my Ishtadevta as well as Sri Krishnaji. So I can actually begin to appreciate just the amount of seva and dedication that was going on in Sri Hanumanji's heart for Sri Rama, and how Sri Rama was just able to be so steadfast in the way that he was able to lead in the virtues and the victories that he had. He faced many challenges in his life, as I'm sure all of us do, but it's how we face those challenges, especially in those times that are very difficult, and the kind of person, the kind of character that we then create.
Indeed, definitely. So yeah, before I go ahead, I'd like to thank you, Maraben, as sister, for arranging and organizing this beautiful program where we can reach out to the wider world along with the help of Nishit Bhai and our beloved Nil Kumarji, organizing and planning and conducting these lovely sessions to help us all out. So thanks again to you and our whole team for organizing and inviting me. Going forward,
Absolutely. And we are actually on the 147th episode of Healing Our Earth. It's a program that's actually begun in lockdown, and we can start to see the impact that we're having through love, through unity, through harmony, and bringing the whole world together as one. Isn't that
indeed.
just an amazing Seva?
So true, definitely. And that's why we celebrate Shraddha, that may we not forget our elders and our ancestors who've passed away, because of whom we are here today. And there is a lovely poem that our ancient gurus and saints teach us to sing when possible, and especially during these Shraddha times. So I'll try to, sing around few lines if that's all right. हरि ओम भूलो भले बीजू बधु माँ बाप ने भूलशो नहीं गणित छे उपकारे ना एह विसरशो नहीं भूलो भले बीजू बधु माँ बाप ने भूलशो नहीं अगणित छे उपकारे ना एह विसरशो नहीं काढ़ी मुखे थी कोणिया मोमा दई मोटा कर्या अमृत तणा देनार सामे जेल उगड़शो नहीं भूलो भले बीजू बधु माँ बाप ने भूलशो नहीं अगणित छे उपकार एना एह विसरशो नहीं अगणित छे उपकार एना एह विसरशो नहीं. અને આમ these beautiful lyrics teaches us bhulo bhale biju badhu, you can forget everything in this life but not the people because of whom you are here today. And we need to see that how much trouble we were to them, and the only way to find out is having your own kids. When you have your own little Teletubbies, you'll find out how tough it is, and then you will be able to appreciate how much our parents have gone through. And so we are eternally in their debt. That's the lyrics guiding us as a principle. And we have our different gurus in life. The first guru in our life is our mother. Second is our father. Third is our guru who teaches us how to read and write. Next is our spiritual guru. And then further on and on, we get different gurus in our life. Dattatreya Bhagwan, according to Hindu faith, had 24 gurus and even more than that. So don't be shy of having more and more teachers teaching you. I always believe that I'm constantly learning, and I'm learning a lot from Neilji as well behind the scenes, and I always thank him for that. So we look at our gurus, our pitrus as gurus today, and we bow to them and we say, may with your inspiration we do good karma in our life. And there is some ritual attached to it. It's like when you meet somebody down the road, you don't just smile at each other. If it's closer relationship, you shake hand, maybe even give a hug to each other. Now, hugging according to our traditional way is a ritual that it depends how close you are to somebody. If you're close far enough, you would just give a way of saying hi. If you're closer, you would do a shake hand. That's another ritual. If you're very close, you give a hug and say, so nice to meet you. And in a similar way, to show our dedication and our love to our Pitrus, in these Shraddha times, we do some puja part. Before we go ahead, we need to understand what is this Pitru Paksha. It comes once a year for a fortnight. Remember, in the Western world, we are accustomed with the idea of Mother's Day, Father's Day, and so on and so different days. But I haven't heard of yet Ancestors Day. Well, in Hindu faith, there is not Ancestors Day, there's Ancestors Fortnight. And we celebrate different tithis, different birth dates that falls within these 15 days, because remember, Hindu calendar doesn't work on 30 days as such. It works on the cycles of the moon, Chandrani Kala. And it always goes in 15 days waxing, 15 days waning. And therefore, 15 days. One of those days we choose to do prayers for our ancestors, especially if you don't know your lady's side of the family who's passed away, which was their tithi, which date they passed away, then it's better to do the Naumu Shraddha, Doshyoni Nom as we say. And then the final 15th day is for all the Pitrus and ancestors that you don't know of. And so, I would like to share a picture, if that's alright with you, to show what kind of puja is done. Is that alright? Okay, fine. We'll arrange it when we can. Thank you. So what we do is, we do on this Shraddha Day puja, preferably you get priest and gurus involved where possible. You do a small prayer of chanting mantras, and after that what you do is, you take out food. According to our dharma, we are taught that we should look after the ecology of this earth. And so to do that, we are taught about going with Gaudana. So on the day of these Shraddha, we are taught to go and take care of cows. Then the next is the animals that live in the water. So in ancient times, even today, a lot of people do this. They make laddus out of rice flour and milk, or they use wheat flour and milk. They add nutritious tal, sesame seeds to it. And then they make dough balls out of that. And what they do is, they go to the river or a canal or a lake, and they feed the ducks and the animals and the insects in the water, the fishes as well. The idea is that not only we take care of the walking animals on this earth, but we take care of the animals who are under the water. And then there is a third level. It's called the Kagavas. So we make puris, rotlis, and then put some rice on it, maybe some kheer on it, sweet pudding, rice pudding, and we put it outside, maybe on the higher side of the house, so that the birds can come and feed on them. We are basically saying that with the nutrition of our life, may we share it with the whole of animal kingdom in this world. Because we have a saying in our dharma, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhave. We believe in Sarve bhavantu sukhinah. May everybody be happy. Because we are all interconnected. As we know, if there is a virus in Wuhan, we have to wear face masks in England. And therefore we have a saying in the Western world, what goes around comes around. So we are taught by our gurus and saints that you can only be happy if the people around you are happy. And so on these Shraddha days, we are taught to take care of our neighbors, family and friends, but especially the often neglected animal kingdom. Whether they are flying animals, walking animals on earth, or the animals in the water. And so, again, we go towards another lovely poem where it says, okay, God is very divine and caring and supporting. God provides us with beautiful rivers, mountains, lakes, flowers, trees, and fruits and vegetables. We just need to know how to use them. So let's go towards some clip of those prayers as well together. हे करुणा ना करनारा, तारी करुणानो कोई पार नहीं। हे करुणा ना करनारा, तारी करुणानो कोई पार नहीं। मारा पाप भर्या छेवा, तारी भूल्यो करवी सेवा। मारा पाप भर्या छेवा, तारी भूल्यो करवी सेवा। मारी भूलो ना भूलनारा, तारी करुणानो कोई पार नहीं। मारी भूलो ना भूलनारा, तारी करुणानो कहीं पार नहीं। तारी करुणानो कोई पार नहीं। And so if you see in your life there are opportunities coming to you, we have to take them as and when possible. And always you have to be proactive in life. Therefore we say, when we sing the Aarti, most of the people know this lyrics very well. So you might know this. Jo dhyave phal paave, dukh bin se man ka, sukh sampati ghar aave, कष्ट मिटे तन का। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। So these lyrics were telling you, जो ध्यावे फल पावे. If you don't aim high, if you don't aim of doing good karma, if you don't aim of taking care of your elders and ancestors who passed away, if you don't see their legacy, their hard work, you don't appreciate it, then you will not be able to take it further. It's like a poor beggar who doesn't know what is a diamond, and you give that diamond to that poor beggar, he will think it's a shiny stone and throw it away because he's got no value of it. Whereas if you value it, then you take care of it, you nurture it and you grow it. And that's the whole idea, that we have to look at this whole world as a creation, and there has to be a creator to create a creation, and that creator has provided us with everything. Because the day we were born, we didn't know how to breathe. We didn't know if there was oxygen around us. And God said, before you arrive, I'm going to provide you with the air. He provided us with mother who was going to take care of us. He provided us with family and friends to take care of us. And so the whole idea of Shraddha comes that we need to acknowledge all these forces who have taken care of us and brought us here to the level that we are today. That's the importance and significance of Shraddha. And we are proud that across Leicester, I was last week yesterday I was at a service in one of our temples locally in Leicester, where we did prayers for Mother Queen. There are prayers happening as we speak today, and it will be tomorrow as well. So we wish her soul to rest in peace, and we pray for her immediate family and friends to have strength to go through these very, very tough times. With that, we pray also for the people around the world who care for her, that may they have understanding and fortitude to take what she wanted us to do further and ahead in our lives. Ridiben.
What a fantastic conversation, Hemingway. Yes, may the Queen Elizabeth live on in our hearts and our minds for time to come. That was absolutely fantastic. I had a question, and it was around when we're actually doing this Pitru Paksha. And as you correctly mentioned, we're making offerings. So, offerings of rice, offerings of water, and we're taking that as an opportunity to remember those that have actually passed away. Is there a relationship between us doing this offering, as so to speak, and them feeling the vibrations? Do they actually feel the offering that we are making?
Yes, Riddhiben. What I have seen in my life is that there are some energies that you can feel if you are in tune with it. Let me give you a very crude example. Some of us in ancient times, we used to use radio, a portable radio. And nowadays people just are on their mobiles all the time, so it won't work for them. But if you have a radio in your hands and you want to listen to a particular station, you tune your radio's frequency to connect with that frequency of waves in the air. And what happens? Voila, magic. You can hear that radio station. Now, if you want to hear another station, you tune your energies to that station. So do you see? There is always energies around us. There is X-rays around us. We cannot see them, but the photovoltaic, the lenses, they can see them. There are gamma rays, we cannot see them. In fact, let's give a very crude example. We feel the cold air, we feel the hot air, but we cannot see the air. So there are a lot of energies in this world that we don't know of, and I have personally felt my mom's energy who passed away a good few years ago. Whenever I do certain prayers, I feel her presence, her feeling around me. And so yes, we believe that we should always do good karma to make them proud of us. How can we do that? Simply speaking, we have to do good karma in such a way that we make self-improvement in our life. Swabhiman is the word. We get swabhiman, self-respect out of that. And when you do good karma with self-respect, your ancestors are also proud of you, saying that my children are doing good karma in their life. Because your only asset that you carry with you is your karma. Like a lot of Africans came from Africa to England and India, and you might have heard that story that Idi Amin kicked them out, penniless. What can a doctor take from Africa to England? They won't allow jewelry to go with them. They would take the jewelry off him. But you cannot take his vidya, his knowledge, his karma, his dedication. You cannot take it from him. And so when he transfers just on his bare clothes from Africa to India, he carries all that good culture, that tradition, that spirituality, that meditation, that education, that dedication with them. And with this little example, we believe that at the end of the day, if you strip off people's car, if you strip off their branded clothing, if you take away their houses, what is a person left with? Because we are not our cars, we are not our houses, we are not our clothes. Who are we then? And that's a very deep question to study during these 15 days. And so, by good karma, by satkarma and prayers and puja part, we can only do our meditation and evaluate our lives, which is very, very important. We need to take stock of our life during these 15 days. And yes, I'm sure, I believe that your ancestors' Atma can be affected in the sense they would be feeling proud of you, that my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren are doing good karma. That is until they have reincarnated again or not.
Right. So that's actually a fantastic way of summing up what this period is actually for. Um, I've actually done a little bit of reading, and with some festivals, we can actually see a correlation with the Vedic times as well. So, for example, the moon during Sharad Purnima, for example. Is there a such correlation with Shrad as well?
Shraddha connects with the very special constellation of stars at the time, so it only comes on a Bhadrapad Mahino. In a
Right.
particular month only it comes. And therefore, that time is not conducive of starting new ceremonies or new family or new car or new house or marriage ceremony or anything like that. It's more of a reflection time. And so these times were reserved. So, generally speaking, you won't find Hindus doing religious ceremonies of weddings and all that during these 15 days. And what you would see is that people reserve this time because of that constellation of stars. Again, that would be a very long topic if we went into. But yes, this is the time of reflection. It's like when you're driving your car, there is time to see in the front, there's time to see on your white wing mirrors on the sides. But there is also special time when you want to see the rear view mirror. And that is when you're pushing on brakes. So when you are trying to hit the brakes, ideally you should have a quick glance on your rear view mirror. What's coming behind you? Where did you come from? What's happening behind you? So when you're driving, you don't only have to look in the front, but you also have to look at the back. And that is the idea of Shraddha, that in the Bhadrapad month, the first 15 days are used due to the constellation of stars and the astrological data that we work on the lunar calendar, that these 15 days should be reserved for rear view mirror, not in the front.
And by actually having that sense of retrospection, we're then able to create some clarity within ourselves to be able to move forward.
Yes, indeed, definitely. Because unless you know where you come from, you cannot go anywhere. I know it because I like to do archery. Archery is where you do the bow and arrow. Like the Lord Rama on my right, if you can see here, there is bow and arrow in the hands of Lord Rama. You can only do bow and arrow or any aiming in your life can be only done if you know where you were, then only you can go ahead where you want to go. And unless and until, and therefore, there's a very good saying in the Western world that a person who doesn't know their history will have it repeated to themselves. So history will repeat it for themselves if they don't know what their history is. So, like, if you know that there was a coal which was burning hot red and you touched it and your hand got burned, then you remember it. And then next time when you see that red hot coal, you don't touch it because your memory serves you right and tells you don't touch it or you'll get hurt. In a similar way, if we don't know all the good and all the bad and all the positive and negative, all the ups and downs of your past, of your elders and your ancestors, then you are doomed to repeat it for yourself. And so our gurus and saints have always said, learn to see at the back as well and make sure that you got the full stock of it. Only based on that should you go ahead in life.
So that is actually really powerful. And it brings me back to our saying that Sri Krishna was actually given us in the Bhagavad Gita. And that is when Sri Krishna is actually on the battlefield and they're playing archery. And he's actually directed by Duryodhan to aim at an eagle. And Duryodhan asks Arjuna, what does he actually see? And he says it's the eye of the eagle. And only then is he actually asked to aim and shoot, and he wins. He gets that target right on. So, in a similar way, then, can we actually say that with karma, once that arrow is actually shot, the actions that happen, the repercussions of cause and effect that happen in the universe is bound to happen? And that has to play out. But is there anything that we can actually do before that to be able to avoid such karmas?
There is a very good way, and that's the whole idea is to what you just said as you connected it, that to avoid anything, to avoid potholes, you need to know where the potholes are.
Right.
Or you need to have, even if you don't know where the potholes are, you need to have searchlight in front of you, guiding you, showing you the path, so that when a pothole comes in your way, you know how to avoid it. So
Yes.
identifying trouble is more important than overcoming it, because it's like hitting a train. If you hit a train, it's too late. Now you try and fix it, it's gonna be too late. It's like having cancer in your body. Yes, you can heal it because we've got one specialist doctors around and they help us. But most of the cancer, majority of them relapses. They come back to you with vengeance sometimes. And so prevention is better than cure. You need to learn to prevent the bad situations. And so that can only come from hindsight. Only when you've seen yourself or others struggling from something, what gave them trouble in their life, can we learn from. And so, as you rightly said, Riddhiben, we need to invite Lord Krishna, Lord Rama in our lives. And then Krishna Bhagavan teaches us, as you already know, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanirabhavati bharata abhyutthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Over here he is giving profound wisdom to us. What he's saying is that, O Arjuna, I'm not going to pick up any weapons, not even lakdi. I will not fight the war. You will fight the war. You are going to be the hero. You are going to be the warrior. You are going to do the killing. I'm not going to do anything but guide you. I'll be just your guide. Like when we are driving a car, we have got a guide, GPS, the TomTom, what do you call it? Satellite navigation. It doesn't drive the car for you, but it guides you where you need to go left, where you need to go right, and so on and so forth. And so, Krishna Bhagavan taught us that you want to do these things in life. Learn from me, learn from our scriptures. And that's the only way you can avoid it. Otherwise, you will suffer and there's no way out of it. Suffering is part of life. As Gautam Buddha said, as we all know is the Buddha in the Western world, Gautam Buddha said, suffering is inevitable. You just have to choose your suffering and how and where you want it in life. But we have to choose it wisely, what works for us, and so that we get it correct, we have to go back to our scriptures for that.
Yes. Pai, that was a very profound wisdom, and I totally agree. It's about taking those learnings, being able to internalize that, and then having that internal GPS that guides us through life, that guides us through the challenges. The answers that come from within are the most powerful at times. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart again, thank you so much for taking that time out today to share that knowledge with us, to deepen our understandings, and to guide us on that path. Namaste.
It's an honor for me. Namaste. Thank you.
And I'd like to move on to introducing my dear brother from the mother, Prashant Kotecha, who has been absolutely profound. He's given me wisdom at 11 o'clock at night at times, and he's actually guided me through some of the darkest moments in my life. So thank you, dearest Prashantji, for sharing that internal wisdom, and by actually having a lot more of those coaching conversations to be able to create those deep transformations, to be able to get down to the root cause, and exactly how we're actually showing at the moment as well, to be able to create that internal voice, that internal guide. And I'm sure that's something that you can actually enlighten us with in the short time that we have here today.
Thank you, Riddhi. A global namaste to the Healing Arrow family, all the hosts, all the attendees, and everybody who's going to watch this on the rerun as well. It's a pleasure to be here, especially following the wonderful Hemang Bhai, and a namaste to all the speakers who've given their time here. Riddhi, thank you for the wonderful introduction. Firstly, I want to check, sound check. Can you hear me okay? Am I pretty nice and clear? Wonderful. Okay, can you hear this?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I have a piano here, a small piano, by the way. So
It's your favorite instrument, perhaps, isn't it?
my favorite instrument along with the voice.
Good.
So what you touched on and what Hamambai touched on were very important points, and have been a theme in our urban spirituality podcasts, the podcast that I started 4 years ago, Urban Spirituality. And in the podcast, one of the things we talk about is this idea that we do need to bring that anusmara buddhi, that single-minded focus. But how do we focus when we're surrounded by so many distractions? And at the moment, the climate, the atmosphere at the moment is heavy, you know, because of everything that's happening with the passing away of the Queen, the monarch, a whole new cabinet in government, new prime minister, some tragic events with people. It's difficult for any of us to find stillness when there are so many waves of suffering and waves of distraction happening like there are in London, in this country at the moment. And that's why this theme of yoga and meditation is very important. We all know it, we take it for granted. And Riddhi, I know you're a student of yoga and meditation yourself. You also share your knowledge with others. When we talk about yoga, it comes from the root, the bij, yukta. And that is to connect. So how can we learn to become still and focused in our family lives, in our personal lives, in our professional lives, in our relationships? The clue is in the name, yog, yukta, to connect. The simplest and easiest thing to do is sometimes the thing that is overlooked by all of us, and that is to connect. How can we connect? The clue is in the second word, meditation. We can connect through meditation. We can connect through mindfulness. We can connect through mantras. We can connect through gnan, that is meditative thinking. We have to take a step back from everything that we're doing and move from a state of reaction to responsiveness, from reaction to response. And that's the way we need to step. And I used to be guilty of this myself. I spent 30 years in corporate London, corporate finance, IT, and I spent 30 years in a career where I was reacting so much. And it wasn't until I started to get into yoga, and I don't mean by yoga just hatha yoga, bhakti yoga, gnan yoga, so many different types of yoga, but learning to yukta, to connect through these practices. And that is when these things started to make a huge difference in my life. And that is what we need to do here. We need to start to shift our consciousness into something that allows us to connect. So I would like to share a little music, because music is another way for us to connect and become centered. But we'll combine music with mantras. And again, all we have to do, Riddhi, nod if you can still hear me. Can you still hear me, Riddhi?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Get a thumbs up.
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. We all need to switch off. So we're going to do this by tuning into these mantras. And I want to just share also, since we're on this special theme, and we've lost somebody who is such a great soul. So many people regard as such a great soul. And I want to share just one small thing that we should all keep in mind. And Hemangbai quoted it, but I want to quote something else from the Gita, which I think is very pertinent for this, in honor of, the great personality who was the queen. In the Gita, Shri Krishna says, Yad yadacharati shresthas, tad tad evattaro janaha, sayat pramanam kurute, lokastad anuvartate. Whatever action is performed by a great person, common people follow in their footsteps. And whatever standards he or she sets by exemplary acts, the whole world pursues. And that is what we have in the form of the monarch. But why confine it to a monarch? Let me be slightly controversial. one of my spiritual mentors, Kavindra Rishi, Jeffrey Armstrong, will be here speaking later. He has written a version of the Gita called The Gita Comes Alive, and it is very, 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 very special. And I urge all of you to check it out when you hear Sri Kavindra Rishi, Jeffrey Armstrong speak. What he has done with the Gita to bring it into a modern context is phenomenal. But let me say this. So many times we look for a person to follow, a great person, as we have done with the Queen. But how about we become the leader? How about we become somebody who sets exemplary acts in our lives so that our family, our loved ones, our community, our colleagues can look up to us, not because we need it, not because we need to feed our ego, but because it is the right thing to do. It is dharmic, as you said, Vidhi. It is our dharma, our swadharma, to act from a place of integrity and honor. And where does it begin? Yukta, yog, by connection, connecting with oneself. So that being said, let us sing a little bit. I invite you to join in if you can, if you know this. It is a very simple mantra. And then I will invite you to repeat as I sing. Let's see if we make sure that the settings are good. Let's enable original sound. Riddhi, give me a thumbs up that you can hear me.
Settings are good. Go ahead.
Okay. And it's as easy as that. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. Sing his name, whatever faith you are. Sing his name, that's all you have to do to connect. Sing his name, sing his name. Sing her name, that's all you have to do to connect, yeah. Om, Hari 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 Om. As easy as that. To connect, just sing his name to connect. Just sing her name to connect. No matter who you are. To connect deep inside, sing his name, sing her name. No matter who you are. One more time, everyone, really feel this. Take a deep breath. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om. Stay in this state as I lead you out with a tribute. And this tribute is to honor all those souls and the Queen at this time of Shrad. As we enter this holy month, where, as the previous speakers have explained, the importance of honoring the past, where we've been, where we've come from, and where we are today, during this time of Shrad especially. Let us take a moment to honor both the Queen and also bring to your mind, to your Atma, to your conscious mind, a loved one or loved ones who have left this earth, whose souls have moved on to the next phase of their journey. And let us honor them during this Shrad with a few words in English as we do this. Can I get some thumbs up if you're here on the Zoom? Little thumbs up that you're ready for this. I want to see some thumbs up. It takes all of us to make one of us. Nilbai's there. It takes all of us to take one of us. Let's go. Let's go, go, go. Let us honor their loved ones who've left us, including the Queen. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. There's no one like you. We honor you. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. There's no one like you. We're inspired by you. Thank you for all you've done. We honor you. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. Everybody, badai sa atin, sabgao. Todos juntos, as they say in Spanish. Jalo, badai. Everyone, let's go. Together, with your heart, hand on your heart. Let's go. There's no one like you. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. One more time. There's no one like you. Thank you for all you've done. We're inspired by you. We honor you. There's no one like you. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you, Prashant, for such a wonderful, wonderful time.
Namaste.
And it's
Thank you, Riddhi.
absolutely
Thank you,
true.
Sunil
There
Kumar.
is nobody like the Queen. There is nobody like our ancestors. They can only be them, and we can only be ourselves. In the deepest, truest sense of ourselves, just being present in the moment. And I'd like to think that's what you've done with us today, is just to bring us back into that present moment awareness. And that's absolutely fantastic. And if we are actually this inspired online, are you actually doing any live events soon? Can we come and jam with you?
Of course, you're very welcome to. It will be an honor. I've been running retreats since 2010, and Riddhi, you know, because obviously you've been on them, and some of the others here in Earth, like Dr. Hani Kalara, have been on these retreats. We are running our next spiritual mind, body, soul, wellness, and well-being retreat, and that takes place from the 4th till 6th of November. That's Friday the 4th until Sunday the 6th of November in the beautiful Chilterns countryside, and that is about an hour from central London, near Hemel Hempstead. So there'll be some details, and I'll leave a little link where you can find out more information on Eventbrite. You're very welcome to come and join us for a weekend of mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual nourishment in the company of good souls to enrich the remainder of this year and for the year ahead. Podcast spirituality, just Google #urban spirituality and you'll find it on all the main, and I offer that to everybody here, and I so long, and long may it continue. Param Mete Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. Om Shiva.
Thank you. That's such a wonderful time on the retreats as well. I can't wait to actually hear more about your retreats and to come and see you online. I believe that you've actually got loads of different things going on, loads of cool happenings happening. And it's just amazing to actually be in that kind of environment. People that truly get it, people that truly get the spiritual wisdom that we're trying to convey on programs like Healing Our Earth, by the wonderful Neil Pai that's brought us all here together today. And just to be that spiritual being, just to be able to transform from within and to be able to then see what we can unleash into the world, the gifts that we have to share. And that's something that you do so well, Prashant. So thank you so much for taking some time out today, to coming, to being part of this program. It's been absolutely amazing to have you.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you.
And that brings us on very nicely to actually just be able to reflect, just to be able to take some time out and to see where is it that we want to go. We've heard from Shri Hemingway earlier today that Pitru Paksha, it's really a time to be able to take some time out for ourselves, to be able to look into that rare mirror, to be able to reflect on what is it that we're currently creating. Where is our perception of reality? Is it moving us towards our goals? Are we actually moving towards where we want to be, where we see ourselves in a year, 5 years, 10 years from now? Are we putting into place those steps? And perhaps what could we do differently? Bringing it all back to, as Prashant kindly shared with us, the present moment awareness, where we can just be. We're not doing anything, we're just being. And isn't that just a very profound way to actually be able to just reflect, just take out a couple of minutes now to close your eyes and to gently bring your awareness back to your breath. As you take in a nice deep breath and hold, and breathe out, relax, release. And really feel that energy rising from your solar plexus up to the middle of your forehead, between your eyes. And then relaxing, releasing, letting go. Allowing yourself to feel light as you take in a deep breath. And then sinking back into your seat, allowing those roots to grow deeper and deeper. And just spend a couple of moments just doing that, to be grateful for all that we are, for all that we've had. To be enlivened in the present moment. So many of us spend so long either in the past, in our past memories, or in the future, worrying about the future, that we create this gap mentality. And this gap mentality is what holds us back. Because we're constantly comparing where we are at the present to where we want to be. We're constantly comparing ourselves to those around us. We're trying to people please. And isn't that the thing where we're overthinking everything? So sometimes we just need to bring ourselves back to that present moment where we can just be present. So we're not doing anything, we're not trying to achieve anything. We're just simply allowing that prana to grow within us, that chi energy, that kri energy, to enable it to rise from the stomach up through our nadis, the Ida Pingala nadis, centered into the Sushumna nadi. And when we get stressed, isn't that exactly what happens? We tend to lock down, we tend to worry. But right now, we're just going to give ourselves a moment of quiet reflection. As we take in a deep breath, and on the out breath, we'll say Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I invite you to open your eyes, to come back into the present moment, to come back to the here and the now. And as we just wait for our next guest to arrive, which I'm pretty sure he will do soon, I just want to say how grateful we are to actually be able to have this conversation with you here today. It's not often that we get time out for ourselves. It's not often that we just press pause on our own life. And because we actually only have 5 seconds to make a decision from the time that we decide we want to take action to overcome the fear. If we take immediate action, we're able to bridge that gap. We're able to get outside of ourselves just for a moment, just be able to get out of that chitta and be able to bring in some Shakti from within. Because what are we really? We've had a couple of speakers today that have been touching on this subject of what we really are. And it's one of the reasons that I wanted to bring on my Guruji, Jeffrey Armstrong, a little bit later, because we're going to be touching on these 5 sheaths. We're going to be looking at these 5 layerings, these 5 coverings that cover who we really are as our true essence, as our divine nature, and how we can actually then take those actions and bring them forward into our life, into our day-to-day business. Because wouldn't it be such a shame if all it is that during half an hour on the mat or 10 minutes, whatever your practice is, you're able to create those states, but yet then when you go through life, you begin to get stressed, and stress basically overtakes your life. So one of the powerful things that we're going to be looking at today is how do we just remain present? How can we actually do our actions in a way that's meditative, in a way that enables us to be who we truly are in the present moment, and to be able to let go, just letting go of all of those sufferings? Because as Hemingway mentioned earlier today, suffering is a choice. We can't necessarily determine what circumstances we face. We can't necessarily determine how long we face those for, because our minds are going to be playing in these dual states, these states of duality, these states of duality between pleasure and pain, between cause and effect, between Vedya and Avedya. So we're constantly in flux. But are we really though? Because who is it that we are? And what is it that we're here to do? As Prashant mentioned earlier, dharma and swadharma. Are we truly living up to our potential? And what does that look like? What does a day in your ideal life look like? Many of us don't take the time out to be able to plan ahead, to be able to think ahead, to be able to create, to really deeply, truly reflect on what is it that we are here to do? What is it that we are here to achieve? And what is that gift? What is that legacy that we want to leave behind? We'll see that legacy through Pitrupaksha, what our ancestors have left for us, whether they've actually just even left us in this world to be able to bring us in, to be able to create these magnificent beings that are on this planet, that are on the materialistic planet, coming from Brahma, coming from a greater source, to now being here, to going from nowhere to now here. Isn't that part of the beauty of life though? Sometimes if we're walking aimlessly through life, we don't necessarily take time to actually be able to see what is it that's coming up in front of us. There's a reason that the car mirrors in the front are so much bigger, so much wider than the rear mirror that's reflection. And that's because we're aiming to move forward in life. Yes, we're going to be looking back into the rear mirror from time to time to be able to reflect, to be able to see what's behind, to be able to learn from those mistakes, or to be able to even just be able to reflect on that and allow it to shape our present reality, to be able to then move forward with that 80-20 vision. It's actually an optician's worst nightmare to have an 80-20 vision. But having that 80-20 vision for us, meaning moving 80% forward with a 20% reflection into the rear view mirror, enables us to really take some time out and to be able to think back, but actually to have the forward vision, to be able to realize, what is it? where are we going? What is that direction? And then are we actually moving, taking steps in the right direction? Are we actually taking those steps that are going to move us further towards what it is that we do want, towards what it is that ultimately serves us, but not only serves us, those around us, creating that deeper awareness through Chitta Shakti. So this is a very powerful concept that we actually, Shri Krishna brings us back to time and time again through the Bhagavad Gita. He allows us to reflect on the different types of yoga. He questions Jnana Shakti. He makes us think about these questions of who are we, where are we, what are we here to do, what is our Swadharma? But he also enables us to think in a much broader sense as well, of how do we first of all overcome despondency. And we'll see this through states of sattva, rajas, tamas, in a state where we've actually just woken up in the morning and we may still be feeling that lurking, not very energetic state within us, that pretty much we've just woken up and we're still feeling a bit lightheaded, we're still feeling a bit sleepy. That's the state of tamas. The state of rajas is then when we actually start to go about our day, we start to go about doing those activities, we start to live life, we start to have different experiences. We have experiences that shape our reality. It's not the other way around. That's important. We're actually creating those experiences. We are the experiencer of these experiences that we have. That's the state of rajas. The state of sattva is being able to get into flow. The state of sattva is being able to be present in the moment. But have you ever had that moment where you have just been so engrossed, really reflective, and just so engrossed in a particular task that you are doing that you may even forget what the time is? You're having so much fun just going on about a particular subject, doing a particular thing, that excitement, that buzz fills you from inside, that you're not having to go to external sources for that energy, but that energy is created from within. That energy is fueling you from internal. And that is really the power of sattva. But in essence, the Bhagavad Gita says it's not about being in states of tamas, rajas, or sattva. It's about having a balanced equilibrium. And so then through activities such as what we see in our daily lives, but also what one would actually hope we experience during meditation as well, is this constant reflection. So for example, we're able to move, we're able to transform in our thoughts, because many of us think meditation is just about sitting there and just saying a mantra, for example. Yes, that is meditation, but meditation is also something deeper. It's the ability to be able to really connect deeply within. But because we're actually humans, our minds don't allow us to do that. So our minds are made up of different sheets. For example, it all creates our personalities. So the stories that we tell ourselves, the beliefs that we hold on to, the emotions that we feel, the perceptions that we actually shaping our current reality. All of this is sheets that are basically put on that create the chitta. And overcoming the chitta is part of the experience that we have during meditation, to be able to think a lot more deeply about something, not actually physically thinking, because what we'll do is when our thoughts come out, when our thoughts go outwards, we'll bring ourselves back inwards. Our thoughts go out, we bring ourselves back, bringing ourselves back into the present moment, which then enables us to experience a deeper, knowing the difference between then intuition and intuitiveness, enabling us to grow. So I hope you enjoyed that little presentation. Our next guest is with us here. It is Stephen Weiss. Global Namaste, Stephen. Welcome to this program.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. And Stephen is a chiropractor. He has done amazing work. He's even got his own books in yoga alignment, and he very passionately shares this knowledge with his students. So for those of you that don't know Stephen, I'll go through his biography. He is a holistic chiropractor, nutritionist, yoga therapist, and yoga teacher. He has nearly 40 years of professional experience. Dr. Weiss teaches anatomy, alignment, principles, yoga therapeutics, and nutrition for yoga teacher trainings in the United States and internationally. He is a Yoga Alliance registered teacher and a certified yoga therapist with the International Association of Yoga Therapists. Stephen has been the resident chiropractor and nutritionist with the Omega Institute for Holistic Studies in Rhinebeck, New York, and teaches with Integral Yoga, Yogaville, and Shivananda Yoga in various locations in the United States and Europe. Dr. Wise is the author of the yoga text, Yoga Alignment Principles and Practice, the Injury-Free Yoga Practices, and the Integrative Alignment Yoga Therapy Manual. These texts are comprehensive guides to alignment and postural mechanics, anatomy, and the prevention of yoga injuries. Steve, Global Namaste. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And yes, I'm looking forward to sharing with you over the next hour something, as was just said so nicely, that it's a passion for me. And with all the wonderful words earlier this morning, the thing to know about alignment is it's not just about the body and something static and very technical. It's actually a beautiful language, very much like a yoga nidra or a vipassana meditation, where we make assessment and the body and the mind integrate between the two so that we can have a greater sense of wholeness and integration. So I'm going to share with you some basic principles. They're specific, but not too technical. They're things that everyone can do. There may be a lot of information for some, but those who have a regular asana practice may find, oh, this is that little piece I was looking for here and there. So hopefully you'll get some good information from all of this this morning. I'll be showing some slides, and two things. One is you want to be able to sit very comfortably. So if you don't have a cushion, or I like to sit on a yoga block for this particular exploration, I invite you to do that. Some people may be participating in a few. There's only going to be a few asana this morning where we explore the alignment principles, and I invite you to participate in those. But in any case, if you're going to be sitting, certainly in Sukhasana or Siddhasana, I would invite you to have something a little higher to sit on so that your knees are not higher than your hips. I also understand many people have more skill in their yoga practice and even their sitting practice than I do. So everybody arrives here together, and there's always something for each of us to learn. So I begin with showing some of these slides. Hopefully the first one can be seen. I don't know if I'm being seen or not as well.
You're still being seen.
I am still being seen?
Could you please share your screen?
Oh, can you see a slide that says Yoga Alignment Principles?
Not yet, no.
Not yet, okay. So maybe Neil can help me to co-host. Oh, you know what I think
Stephen, you are a co-host. So if you look at the bottom, there is a green button called screen share. If you just share it, please.
Yes.
Once you screen share, you will actually see it on your computer, and click on it, please, kindly.
Yes, of course, you're right. Yeah, let's see. Let's find the back
If
to.
you open the PowerPoint, or if you open the presentation in your computer, then share screen, you need to have it authorized with the Zoom. Have you done that?
I am, I have lost my Zoom connection other than the voice. So let's see if I can find
So
myself
you are
here.
still connected to us. If you look at your bottom browser, you will see a camera that is Zoom.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Okay, we got there. We are sharing.
Yes, we have got you in. Yeah, we can see it. Brilliant. Now, Steve, what you can do, maximize. Yes,
Yes.
perfect. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, is everything okay now?
Yeah, we can see the yoga alignment principle screen.
Very good. Okay, terrific. So on this first slide here, I wanted to put that out because on my website, I have a handout with the information that I'll cover today and more than just today. And you're invited to download it for free. If you go to Injury Free Yoga and then follow the prompts through workshops to handouts. And then it's in 4 different languages. So you can choose the language you'd like. And then the password it'll ask you for will be 108 and then the capital letter of the language you want. So English is 108E. Anyway, so I'll leave this up there for a moment and you can write this down and afterwards. So this way you don't have to worry about writing down very much and you'll have the information available for you. So this will be a very exciting morning and I look forward to, or for me, morning, for you, afternoon, and I look forward to sharing with you. I'm in Florida in the United States. So let's begin by sitting well, and I'll come back enough so that you can see. So the idea of sitting is to follow the sutra, Sthira Sukham Asanam, which means that everything we do, especially in our seated position, we want to be steady and stable, but we also want to be comfortable. We don't want to be sitting for long hours in meditation and feel our back hurting us or our neck or maybe our hands going numb. So we want to learn how to sit well, because where we start with this basic seated posture is what's going to take us through all the other higher levels of yogic practice, the meditation and the pranayama and so forth. So we begin by sitting well, and I'll be going through all the details. And like I said, hopefully they'll make comfortable sense to everyone. So first we talk about the position of our legs, our knees. The knees should not be higher than the hips because that will make it difficult to form the natural curve in the lower back. Unless we have a good curve in the lower back, everything above it is going to have a very difficult time becoming aligned and comfortable. So we want to start with a small curve. The curve in the lower back will be approximately the size of a small egg that you might be able to nestle in between the 2 thick muscles that run down the back. So as I sit, now some people have had problems with their knees. So you'll see in the little photo there that you can take a rolled up towel and you can place it behind the knee into the little gap there, spread the calf muscles. And when you bring the leg in to sit, instead of just simply letting the outer part of your shin come down, try to spring it so that the front of the shin comes down. Now, yoga as therapy for any knee problem, you want the knee to close as a pure hinge. And that's what's happening. If the top of your knee, top of the shin is pressing directly down, your knee is in a hinge position. And the towel that you're placing between the 2 leg bones is creating space so that you're not compressing the cartilage, which is often damaged inside of the knee. So we repeat the other side. We spread the kneecap. We bring the heel toward the pubic bone, which is the front of the pelvis, and then we bring it down. So the knees are pointing downward. The knees are lower than the hips. Now, some people very comfortably can sit flat, but I encourage you to be playful with this and maybe sit a little higher today. And then when you look down at your ankles, you want to see that you have lengthened through the Achilles tendon. So behind the ankle bone, the ankle, you want that to be as smooth as you can make it. And you'll do that by pressing through the inner part of the heel. And the inner parts of the heels will be on top in this position. By pressing through the inner heels, it does two things. It actually protects the knee. So in every yoga pose, pressing through the inner heels will help the knees. It also creates more freedom of movement in the hips. It's something called internal rotation. So when you press through the inner heels, you should feel very subtly that the hip sockets are rolling inward. So we'll be talking about that when the hips roll in, then you have freedom of movement. When the hips roll out, they become tight. So we want to have a lot of flow and movement. We want to be able to sit on the floor of our pelvis, which is the Mula Bandha, where the energy from the earth comes up through our bodies. So we're opening up all our channels of energy and we're having nice flow, as well as all the wonderful things it does for your musculoskeletal system as well. So there's a very interesting concept in the body, and it's called the equator. And many people think we cut the body in half and that's where the equator will be. But just like on the earth, most of the mass is north of the equator. So actually the equator for the body is where the sacrum, the bottom of your pelvis, joins the tailbone, the coccyx. So that joint is actually separates where the energy of the northern hemisphere lifts up. So everything from the tip of the bottom of the sacrum lifts up toward the top of the head, and everything from the tailbone presses down. That pressing down corresponds with the center of your hip sockets, and it roughly corresponds with where your gluteal muscles, your buttocks, where it curves under and meets your hamstring muscles. So you'll see in these diagrams, how the equator, everything lifts north. So your gluteal muscles lift north, and from the center of your hip sockets, they press downward. So while we're sitting here, let's do a little extra work to increase the hemispheres. You'll find that the more you sit toward your pubic bone on the front of your pelvis, the more you can rock your pelvis forward, and that naturally forms a curve in the lower back. The more you sit with the pubic bone lifted, the flatter the back gets. And as I said, we're looking for that sweet spot, which is about the size of an egg. And you can even reach behind as you rock your pelvis to see if you find that generally egg-shaped, egg-sized curve in the lumbar spine. We're going to lean over to one side. We'll take a hand and put it on that gluteal muscle and the other on the inner thigh. And we're going to roll in and we're going to lift up. And then we're going to place our pelvis back down. You're sitting on what they call the sits bones or the ischial tuberosities. And the more forward you sit, the more curve you'll have in your lumbar spine. Lean over to the other side and do the same. Lift the gluteal muscles up, roll in the thighs, and come to sit. And you'll feel a nice curve in your back. I promise you, having a healthy curve will make your sitting practices much more effortless, as well as having a healthier nervous system and more balanced muscles. So one of the most and basic principles of alignment, and it seems pretty simple, is that the chest is on the front of the body and the shoulders are on the back of the body. So, I don't think many people will object or complain about that principle. And as we sit with the chest in front and shoulders in the back, the more we have the curve in the lumbar spine, the easier it is for the top of the skull to pass through the ear and through the center of the shoulder. And we want to have that line. It's called the central axis of the body. And we want to be able to maintain that and support that. So as we sit, alignment is not something that's really rigid. Alignment is really getting everything into position so that it can flow with ease and effortlessness. It's not being so stuck that if the wind comes by, you're going to injure yourself. So as we sit here, we want to be able to have gentle rocking. And if people who may practice Kundalini yoga are aware that when the pelvis can rock, that we have much more of the pranic or Kundalinic energy moving through the body more effortlessly. So as I said, the shoulders are on the back of the body. And because the arms attached to the shoulders, that means the arms are on the back of the body. So even though we do so much of our effort and work on the front of our bodies, we need to think about the idea that the shoulders and arms are back body structures. And when we learn to move our arms and shoulders from the back and not rolling them forward and collapsing forward, we're going to have a healthier structure. Our poses will be healthier. They'll serve us more therapeutically, and it will create a sense of ease and not stress. When we're rounded forward, we increase the blood pressure across our chest. It decreases how much oxygen we can fill into our lungs. So the openness becomes really, really important. I like to think of the idea that we want to be more like monkeys than bears. You know, the front of our bodies are 30% stronger. And we even have 30% more range of motion on the front of the body. That's how we've evolved. However, the back body, because it's weaker, can't do as much work. But if we learn to use our back body, it'll get stronger, it'll get more flexible, and that'll create this balance. You know, as we get older, there's a tendency for us to round and collapse forward in our poses, in our lifestyle, in everything we do. And one of the most important things to do as we get older is to be sure that we have strong, healthy upper back muscles. That's what's going to prevent us from losing ourselves into that rounded position. So we're sitting well, we have our, our chest on the front body, the shoulders on the back, and we're going to go into some more details, quite a few details on how the shoulders function, how the arms function as well. Now, when we sit, we want to sit with the elbows in line or touching toward the side of the body. This is what we call the side body ribs. So when the arms are bent, imagine you have little magnets on the inside of your elbows, and they're going to hug onto the side of your body. And the bottom of your arms, the forearms, they can rotate 180 degrees. So they can be either up or down. But our habit, especially from all the work we do, is that the hand, the forearm, and the shoulder work together. So I would encourage you to sit with the elbows in line with the side body ribs and the hands facing upward. Now, when you do, you're going to start to feel lengthening of the collarbones. You're going to start to feel that the upper quadrants of your chest have opened more fully. You'll also feel that the shoulder blades are resting more onto your back body. So all these things occur naturally simply by keeping the elbows next to the side body. So when we come to poses such as Bhujangasana in this picture, the cobra pose, you will find that if the elbows are next to the side body, the strength in the pose can come from the upper back. If the elbows move out to the side, now the strength of the pose is in the chest, and everything is collapsing and rolling forward. It's going to create compression and a lot of negative experiences. So the healthy pose will always be inner elbows next to side body. Now, the thing to know is every instruction I offer isn't for each specific pose, because all the alignment principles aren't based on what we want the pose to look like, because everybody's poses will look a little different, and that's perfectly fine. The alignment is based on our anatomy and our functionality or our physiology. Now, our anatomy changes a lot too. We have many variations in our anatomy. And some people use that as an excuse to say, well, you can't align yourself because everybody's body is different. And it is. However, our functionality or our physiology almost never changes. Joints move in the same ranges of motion, muscles pull in the same directions, even if they are slightly different in their design. Posture basically finds its way the same way. If you have a structural issue, most people are quite aware of what it is. Either they were born that way or they've had an injury. And there are adaptations we can do, but those adaptations don't really affect our overall alignment. So that's an important thing to know, that everything you're doing is based on a structure that is consistent with everybody. And you don't have to learn a set of alignment rules for every posture. You only have to learn one, because we're working with our anatomy and physiology, our musculoskeletal system. So you don't have to worry about, how do I go into the pose in Siddhasana or Bhujangasana or Trikonasana? It's always going to be the same rules. You only have to learn one set of rules, and then everything flows. And I promise you that it works that way. Okay, let's just move on a bit. So we were talking about how the inner elbows should be in touch with the side body ribs and the palms facing upward. Well, what happens, and we'll see this often when people stand, that you start to see the back of the palms instead of the front of the palms, or perhaps the thumbs being pointed forward. Well, when the palms are forward, it usually means that the shoulders have rolled forward and the chest muscles are dominating into the pose. You'll find that the outer parts of your arms, with the back part of your arms called the triceps, if they move away from the midline, you will no longer be working with your back muscles, but you'll be working with your front, and everything is collapsing. So another little tip, besides the inner elbow coming next to the side body, is that the back of the arm, the triceps muscles, always roll toward the midline. If I was sitting in Siddhasana or Bhujangasana, they're down here. If my arm is overhead, the tricep is rolling toward my ear or my nose. And this is going to give me the stability in this position. This is done at the end of the pose, but the idea is that it's always drawing in toward the midline of the body. So we're sitting for a little while, but this is a big part of yoga practice, is to be able to sit well and sit effortlessly with that stable and comfortable position. So when we're sitting, we want to imagine that there is a wall behind us. And we have in this wall three aspects touching: the sacrum, the bottom part of the back part of our pelvis, the shoulders, and the back of our skull. And they form basically a straight line. And many people you'll see, like as in this incorrect position, how they've rounded forward, and they're not going to be able to get all three into position. So if you're home and you have a wall behind you, I encourage you to take a moment and let's practice this very simple idea by coming to the wall behind you and sitting and going back to your seated posture. And the first thing we do is we lift our pelvis, we roll the inner thighs inward. We're sitting more toward the pubic bone, and we get a lot of our sacrum touching against the wall. Then we notice whether the shoulders can come against the wall. Elbows next to side body ribs, and the hands facing upward. And notice whether or not your head can naturally come back to the wall. One of the ways is simply by bringing the throat back and lifting it up like it's smiling behind the ears. So we come into this position, and as we're in this position, you can take a hand and reach behind you and notice how much of a curve do you have in that lumbar spine. It's very common for these lower ribs to want to pop forward in order to get ourselves into position. But perhaps while you're sitting here, you can let those lower ribs come back to the wall. So they're going to move posterior toward the wall till that curve is about the size of an egg. And you do that by using your abdominal muscles. When you exhale, the abdominal muscles contract and it brings the ribs back. This is what you do in Kapalabhati breathing, the forced exhalation, how when you breathe out, the contraction of the abdominal muscles brings your diaphragm and your ribs back. So it starts to bring everything into good alignment. So just notice what you have, and don't worry if you haven't had all three aligned. It just tells you the work you might need to do, particularly if the head is forward. It's going to really come from more work in the shoulders in order for the head to come back. So we'll be talking about getting the shoulders to function and align more effectively. let's do one thing while we're in this position. Let's come to stand. And when you're standing, begin to allow the sacrum to touch the wall. Your heels might be, maybe an inch or so away from the bottom of the floorboard. Then your shoulders touch the wall, and see if your head touches the wall. And once again, you can take your hand, place it behind you, and notice how much arch there is in the back. You can exhale and bring the ribs back, allow the navel to draw back as well in order to have a more straight spine. Then notice whether or not your hands are rounded forward. Ideally, you let your middle fingers align with the hip sockets or the seam of the pants. So the ribs are back, the middle fingers are in line with the seam of the pants. And then you want to notice too whether or not you've locked your knees in order to be into this position. So what we want to do is soften the knees, roll the thighs in, let the shins continue to press forward, and then let the thighs come back until we come to like that sweet spot between shins pressing forward and thighs coming back. Good. Okay, very nice, everyone. We can come to sit again. So the last thing I mentioned is that the shins go forward and the thighs come back. That's what protects the knees. Many people straighten their legs by pressing their shins back, locking their knees, locking their legs. So we want to get in the habit of always letting the shins go forward, keeping them forward energetically. And then when we straighten our legs, it's the thighs coming back to eventually meet a straight line. And that's what's going to help us prevent hyperextension in the knees themselves. All right, just a little bit more on this subject. When we sit well, the head, which weighs about 5 kilos or 11 pounds, naturally rests on the shoulders, and we have good, healthy curves. But the more the head starts to be left forward, and one of the reasons why the head comes forward is that the upper back muscles get weak and the chest muscles become too strong in relation to the back muscles, and it pulls everything forward. And then you do your best to kind of hold your head up like a turtle. But the more the head is forward, the more compression there'll be on the discs of your spine. And that will cause eventually some damage, and it can pinch nerves, it can affect circulation. So many things happen. So it's very important for us to think about the idea that we've been talking about keeping that alignment, the ear over the shoulders, and the chest being on the front body and the shoulders on the back body. One thing I mentioned shortly, and I just want to go over in a little more detail, is how we align our head and neck. So this is typically how we engage Jalandhara Bandha. Now, Jalandhara Bandha, when you use it in a practice like a pranayama practice, it might be more intensive, like really bringing your chin down toward your chest. However, this is the subtleness of the bandha of the throat. All your bandhas are engaged all the time, and we'll talk a little bit more about some other bandhas. But bandhas are energy places where the energy builds and coalesces into a bigger mass of energy, if that's a real term. So we want to be able to have good concentration of energy at our throat chakra. And that's by aligning the base of the skull, which is the roof of the mouth. I'm sorry, the roof of the mouth. And it's going to go through the center of your ear, and that's going to reach the back of your skull, the occiput. So that line from the base of the skull through the ear to the roof of the mouth, the ear canal to the base of the skull, that's going to be in a straight line. And then meeting that is the throat. The throat is going to come back. There's a bone called the hyoid bone, looks like, and that's going to come back, and it's going to come back and then eventually lift up to the base of the skull. So the throat comes back, smiling up toward the base of the skull, the roof of the mouth to the base of the skull. When you engage those two aspects, what will happen is that you'll have really good alignment of your head and neck over your shoulders, and you'll also have good energy in your Jalandhara Bandha. So I mentioned a little bit about the central axis, looking from the side. The ear is over the shoulder, is over the hip, and that will be over your ankle bones. We don't ever force the knees into alignment, and the only time the elbows come into alignment is when they're bent. Otherwise, it's the middle finger aligning with the central axis. And when we sit straight on, it goes through the third eye, through the throat chakra, through the breastbone, the navel, and then to your pubic bone. So these are this central axis is how we organize our body we organize along that in order to keep our poses really well designed. Otherwise, we start to interfere with many things. We start to interfere with those chakras and the energy moving through the body. We start to interfere with the diaphragms. And in the front of your spine, we have diaphragms. We know about the chest, the thoracic diaphragm, but we also we have cavities, the thoracic one, and then you have your diaphragm between the abdominal area and your chest. So below your diaphragm for breathing is your abdominal cavity, and the floor of your pelvis is also a diaphragm. So we want those diaphragms, and even the roof of the mouth, the soft palate, is a diaphragm. And we want them all to be aligned, because that pressure takes pressure, quite a lot of pressure. Up to 50% of the pressure on your discs can be pressed forward and supported by air that's trapped in the cavities of your chest and in your abdomen area. And we do that by basically engaging the bandhas. We let the tailbone scoop forward gently. We let that navel come inward, and we bring the rib cage softly backwards. So I know it's a lot of information all at once. And what we'll do in our yoga practice is essentially making sure that the tip of the tailbone, which is that southern equator, is slightly going forward. That's called the Mula Bandha. And then the navel, the Manipura chakra, is softly coming inward. And the tip of the breastbone or the lower ribs come back. And that's what we do in our Kapalabhati breathing. That keeps the ribs from jutting forward. And once again, that inflates the thoracic and abdominal cavities so that there's not as much pressure on the spine. Good. And everything exits through the back of the skull. There's a very soft spot called the posterior fontanelle, and that's where the energy leaves, lengthens, and then eventually leaves through the body. Okay, so let's talk about the spine a bit. And when we look from the side, we know that we have curves in the spine. In the lumbar spine, I mentioned you want that curve to be about the size of an egg. That's called a concavity because it's curving inward. And then when we come up into the neck, the curve behind the neck is also a concavity. When a curve rounds, that's called the convex side of the curve. And the curve in the neck, there'll be a lot of fruit in this discussion. The curve in the neck is about the size of a lemon, let's say, a small lemon. So we have an egg-shaped curve in the lumbar spine and maybe a lemon-shaped curve behind the neck. And we control that by bringing the throat back and lifting the back of the skull. So we all work with those actions. Now the spine will lengthen through all of its movements. And when we do any kind of twisting action, there's a few things to know. That one, we want to elongate through the body. We call that long axis extension because we don't want to be compressed and try to move. We're not going to be able to have mobility. But the important thing to know about a twist is that all twists occur in the spine. Twists are not movements of the shoulders or of the hips. Yes, the shoulders and hips can move really easily. But everything in yoga, if you take an area and you allow it to move further and faster than the slower areas, the slower moving areas don't have a chance to function. So if I twist and I bring my arm around, my upper body, my upper spine, which is very limited in movement because of the ribs and the breastbone, it doesn't get a chance to move. So when we do move properly, our axis, and we lengthen through that axis, and then we move from where we have the least amount of mobility. And in our spine, it's going to be our upper chest area. So one thing I like to think about is, can I move from my heart? Because if you move in your poses from your heart, you're moving from your upper thoracic spine. You allow the heart to open as much as you can and move, and then the lower ribs, and then the lumbars, and eventually the neck. These more mobile areas of your spine can do the work. But we do everything we can not to exploit and steal the pose. We practice asteya. We don't steal the pose by letting the shoulders move further and faster than the upper spine has an opportunity to move. So in honoring the central axis, when we are going to do a twist of the spine when we're on our backs in the supine position, we want to make sure that we first move our hips over to one side before we do the pose. Because if you don't do that, your hips will look like this photo where your central axis now is maybe behind the neck, but it's not going all the way down through to your pelvis, which means your diaphragms are not going to be engaged right. Your spine is not going to be healthy. The pranic energy is going to be blocked. So you're not going to have all these wonderful aspects that happen. Twists are very valuable poses for a healthy spine and also for healthy organs, but they have to all be performed along that central axis. So just as a demo, what I mean by moving the hips, and you certainly can try it at home as well, is that here's, let's say, a line that'll be my central axis. And I'll place my pelvis on it. Hopefully, let's see if you can see me. Maybe. Okay, thank you. So I press into the floor a little bit and I lift my hips over. I bring half the distance of my pelvis all the way over to one side. So on a 24-inch mat, that might be all the way to the edge of a mat for most people. Then I'm going to do it in these eagle legs, and then I bring my hips down to the side. And hopefully now my central axis is in line. Also, I keep my shoulders down on the mat so that I'm not lifting up the shoulders. I want the work in this twist to come from my chest. So I make sure that my chest stays down on the mat. My collarbones are long, my shoulder blades are on the mat itself. And then when you come out, you can lift up, press into the floor into a little bit of a bridge, bring it back to the center. Let's try the other side, everyone. So you're going to press, first, let's make sure the shoulders are well connected to the mat so they don't have to move. If your palms are facing upward, you'll have more lengthening across your chest. I press into the floor, I lift my hips a few inches, I bring them all the way over to the other side, or half the distance of my pelvis. And then I can, any way you want to engage your legs is fine. It can be one over the other, which is perfectly fine as well. I'll do it that way on this side. And then you bring your legs over to the side. And the goal is that we have a nice straight line through our central axis. And the work now, because the shoulders are down and the pelvis is vertical, we get a lot more work in our chest. And I'm allowing my heart to do the twisting to the opposite side of my legs. Okay. So hopefully that made some sense and felt comfortable to you. I want to talk about the curves of the spine in a little more detail because this is a subject that is a little confusing for many people. So this is looking at the spine from the side. And if I bend over to one side, if I bend, in this case, I'm going to bend to my left side or your right, you're probably looking at it, it's the right. On this side, it's rounding or becoming convex. On this side, it's shortening and it's becoming concave. It's curving in like a cave. And what happens is when bones get closer together, the muscles get stronger. So if I bend over to one side, I'm making these muscles stronger. The muscles on the opposite side are actually stretching, but becoming weaker. Now we're always looking for this sense of balance, what we call in yoga samastitihi, or even or equal tension from one side to the other. So when we start to do some side bending, we want to be sure that we have as much equalness from on the side bodies, from what we call hips to pits. We want to feel like they are lengthening equally on both sides. Now, to make this idea a little more clear, let's just look at this idea of scoliosis. Scoliosis is when the spine curves from side to side. And when it does that, what happens is that the muscles on the concave side, the side that's curving inward, they start to get short and tight. And the muscles on the other side, the convex side, get weaker. And in order to create balance, it would make sense, hopefully, to look at this, that we want to strengthen the muscles on the side that's curving outward, the convexity, and the curve that's caving inward, we want to lengthen and traction open that side. So the same thing's going to happen when we do our basic poses where we engage the sides of the body, side of the spine. But this is important in scoliosis, and there are many people who have it. So here's a wonderful little yoga therapy you can do with this situation. So let's say in this picture, we'll say it's on the, I want to confuse left and right, but the side that's where my friend has her arm up against the wall, that's the concavity, it's curving inward. That's the side you want to stretch. And the other side that's curving outward is the side you want to shorten or strengthen. And we can do that very simply by taking a block. Now, when you stand in any one-legged position, the muscles on the standing leg will get stronger. They'll get stronger in the leg, they'll get stronger in your spine. So just by standing on one leg, the standing leg side muscles get stronger. So if I want to take this side that's curved in, I'm going to lengthen up the wall and I'm going to let this foot hang. So I'm creating traction on the side that's curving inward. And the side I'm standing on the block, this side now is able to get strong because I'm balancing on this side. So this is a wonderful thing to do for any curvature or scoliosis. This, you balance on the side where it's convex and you traction open the side that's caving or dropping inward on the concavity. And you'll only do this on one side. So if you're someone who has scoliosis, figure out which is your concave side and which is your convex side, and then stand on the rounded part, the convexity, and then traction open the side that's caving inward. And you do this every day, and it's a very valuable yoga therapy. So how do we take this into our poses? Let's first look at Urdhva Hastasana, arms overhead. So we can do this seated, or you can do it standing, either way. Let's bring the arms forward. Draw the inner heads of the arm bones into their sockets. Lengthen the collarbones. And even lengthen from the hips to the pits on both sides. So we have lots of length in our spine, lots of flexibility. And then you can bring the arms up overhead. And remember, the triceps muscles are going to try to move toward the middle of the body, the midline. Now, when we bend off to one side, instead of just collapsing that side, try to lengthen the side body that you're bending toward. So as I go off to one side, I'm actually lengthening this side. And the opposite side, the convexity, I want that to not be stretched. I want that to get stronger. So instead, I'm contracting. This side contracts while this side lengthens. Now, this is going to be almost opposite what most people do and many teachers advise, but it doesn't really work with the functionality of curves in the spine. So we bend off to one side, and as I bend toward that side, instead of letting it cave in, I lengthen. The other side, I contract. Will you go as far? Not as far in actual distance, but your body will actually be more balanced, and it'll be a healthier bend when you do that action. Let's take a look at this in Trikonasana. And this is where it becomes very valuable as a process. So first, if you're joining me, come up to stand and let your feet come wide. Now, in an ideal situation, if you bring your arms out to the side, your wrists will be directly over your ankle bones. So you can bring your hands to your hips, and then whatever will be the front leg will turn heel in halfway and toes out halfway until your foot is pointing straight forward. Now, another thing that often happens in Trikonasana is when we do this, this back thigh wants to pop forward. So we do the same thing we did when we sit. We take our hands, one on the gluteal muscles, one on the inner thigh. We roll it in, we draw it back. So now the center of your hip socket is over your ankle bones, and you're in your central axis again. If you're here and the thigh is forward, then your hip is way forward of your ankle. So we bring that into position. Now, when we come into our Trikonasana, we do three things. We deepen the hip socket, which gives us the ability to flex better. But then we lengthen again. So the side we're bending down toward wants to cave in. So instead, we lengthen from hips to pits on the side we come down toward. And then the heart opens. So we deepen the hip, we lengthen the side, and we open the heart. Now the hand ideally will go on a block or on your shin is fine, or to the floor. If it's in front of your leg, then you're bringing your shoulder in front of your chest, which is not going to be useful. Instead, we bring our hand behind the leg and we bring the arm bone deep into the socket. That's going to give us the ability to open our chest more. And then the hand can either be overhead, or of course it can be next to ear. But the top rib cage is actually contracting. The bottom rib cage is actually lengthening. Good. And we'll come up from that pose. Same thing in the side angle. We deepen the hip socket, we lengthen the lower rib cage, we tighten the upper rib cage, arm next to ear. Good. And for those of you who've been sitting all morning, it probably feels good to move a little bit. So we just have a few more things to talk about.
But Stephen, I just want to say thank you so much for actually going through some demonstrations and for demonstrating some of those fantastic ways in which to move the body through different asanas, through different ways to actually move. And as we actually come up to the end of your session, is there a final message that you would like to leave us with?
Be patient with yourself. Learn what you can. Look at the handout I've offered. You can find my book and you can read more about alignment. And just take it one piece at a time. If something made sense to you, you've learned one piece, expand that one piece and then take on the next and the next. And over time, the 30 or 40 things, just like driving a car, you learn them slowly and eventually they all make perfect sense to you. So
that's beautiful
thank you.
advice. So applying those principles one at a time in order to connect the whole system together. And I'm sure there's different variations of the triangle that people are free to experiment with in their own time to apply those principles that you've taught us today. So thank you so much for coming on and sharing your beautiful wisdom with us. It's been fantastic to hear from you and from your experience and what you have to offer. And thank you so much for doing so.
Thank you for having me. Blessings to everyone. Namaste.
And that brings us beautifully on to the next segments of this session with the beautiful Honey Kalaria. How are you? We can't hear you, G. I think you might be on mute.
Yes, I couldn't unmute myself, unfortunately. I think, Riddhi, you were fantastic. Oh, my God. And what a wonderful yoga exercises. Isn't that amazing?
Absolutely. I think we might get him on later at some point to actually go through it. I know he had a ton of work that he could have shared with us, and it's just fascinating to see the different movements all the way through. But I just want to welcome you on and to say that you look absolutely lovely and gorgeous today.
Thank you. Thank you. And a global namaste everyone as well, and to my lovely Riddhi ji.
Have you been enjoying the session so far? The yoga and meditation?
Yes, what I caught of it at the end was amazing. You know, I was thinking, oh, I would love to try this out myself. And what brilliant, health is wealth, like I always say. So, you know, having these tips are very, very powerful, especially with people having back issues and problems. So I think well done, a really great sharing there.
Yes, it's really a holistic way to heal ourselves, to be able to look after ourselves, to be able to heal from within. So it's absolutely fantastic shares.
Absolutely. And of course, the exercises, you know, with, of course, anybody who's got those spines or a little bit bent or, you know, have a bit of issues with those things, you know, just going through, it's amazing how yoga transforms lives, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's because just... Yeah, I mean, whoever's now, no wonder yoga is so popular worldwide. It's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. And so I just wanted to introduce Honey Kalaria for those of you that may not know her, because we get different guests joining us every week. And as we grow as a community, we'd like to take you with us too. So Dr. Honey Kalaria is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the fields of art, culture, and entertainment. I also believe that she's actually got her own Honey Kalaria Dance Academy too. Honey has been a spiritual seeker and meditator since she was a teenager and regularly practices Samarpan meditation, beautiful, which is a part of Dhyana Yoga, taught by the Himalayan yogi Shiv Krupanand Swami. She has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciplines and yogic sciences, ranging from Raja Yoga, taught by Brahma Kumaris, Art of Living by Ravi Shankar, Vipassana by Goenka, Ishakriya by Sadhguru, Kundalini Yoga by Yogi Bhajan, Vedantic spiritual practices as taught by Chinmaya Mission, as well as other Western practices such as mindfulness and transcendental meditation. Wow, fantastic to see the amount of experience that's going on here. Loads of learning that's taken place. She believes it is important to self-reflect, contemplate, and grow spiritually to become a better human being. Something I'm sure all of us try to do in our day-to-day lives as well.
Oh, what a lovely introduction there. Thank you so much, Riddhi ji, my dear. And you were doing so well. We're so proud to have you as part of our Healing Our Earth team. And you're doing a super work, I have to say. Well done. And Riddhi, I have to say a little bit about you as well, because I'm sure nobody had a chance to give a little introduction to our wonderful Riddhi, who is actually a really, really very, very talented lady. Let me tell you a little bit about Riddhi. She's a host. She's also a very highly qualified as a yoga and meditation teacher at the Sivananda Vedantic Center. And she has since developed a passion for yoga, philosophy, and psychology. She further trained as a cognitive behavioral hypnotherapist. Wow, what a mouthful. And was fascinated by how teachings from Vedic scriptures and pranayama have influenced Western psychology. And from that, she regularly shares her wellness knowledge and practical experiences with professionals of all ages and backgrounds, providing strategies for emotional resilience, which we all need, of course, by boosting their natural happiness levels and guiding her clients to be deeply energized and relaxed for better work-life balance. And I think we all need that, especially in this day and age. And Riddhi has also spoken at the British Parliament and Ministry of Defence, corporate law firms, as well as various radio stations and various universities across the UK, with the single aim to raise conscious leaders. Isn't that amazing? Hey, Riddhi, doing amazing job, and congratulations for all the wonderful work that you're doing. And we will, of course, be seeing more of Riddhi very shortly when we have our next guest. But meanwhile, of course, we are flying all the way to USA to bring this wonderful guest here, who is absolutely an amazing soul, amazing character, and really, really interesting person. So, Riddhi, thank you very much. And I will see if we can get a chance to speak to Hitendra Ranaji all the way from USA. Let me tell you a little bit about our wonderful Hitendraji. Now, Hitendraji is all the way from USA, and I really don't know whether I should say from India, from Canada, from USA, because he's been everywhere. He's lived everywhere. Today, Hitendra Rana actually is going to be speaking to us a little bit about This is a Samarpan, and something a little bit about Soul Satsang. Well, we'll find out a little bit about this in a short while. But before then, let me give you a little introduction about who Hitendra Rana is. Now, Hitendra Ranaji is originally from Navsari, Gujarat, and later he achieved his Bachelor of Science from the Bombay University. His musical and spiritual journey started at a very young age of 9 years by singing prayers at school and singing Ram Devpir bhajans. He's a really great singer. You have to listen to him. And later he moved to Montreal, Canada, after marrying his lovely wife, Kalpana, and became a lead singer in the Navrang Orchestra, a local music band. And I know he loves his music, so we're going to find out a little bit more about this in a short while. But since 2001, after he met a Himalayan guru, Sri Shiv Kripanand Swami, who is my Swamiji too, he dedicated his singing hobby time for spreading the Samarpan meditation all over USA and Canada to bring the blessings of the Himalayan gurus to our society. What a wonderful Guru Karya he's doing. And in 2009, he migrated with his family to Raleigh, NC in USA. And of course, currently he's serving as the chairperson of the non-profit organization, Sri Shiv Kripanand Swami Foundation of America. And he also created greater spiritual awareness in the life of many people globally through his YouTube channel, Soul Satsang, and his life stories of meditation practitioners all over the world by his interview series called This is Samarpan. And This is Samarpan is something you really have to go and check out, because you will end up getting a chance to find out an insight and stories about the most amazing spiritual practitioners, especially those who've been in the meditation field for a long time, and get lots of free tips and pearls of wisdom from each and every single one of them. Anyway, let's move on to Hitendra, who's been so patiently sitting and waiting to get on our air here. Global Namaste, Hitendra.
Global Namaste to you and all the viewers, from my soul to your souls.
Oh, wow. Well, my soul gives a naman to your soul, as they say. Now, tell me, what is this? I believe you're going to do a presentation for us today. Is that right?
Yes, so I know that most of your viewers are multitaskers. They like to think while they are watching. They like to do something while they are watching. So I'm going to try to keep all their five senses with us. Only with you, me, and Swamiji sitting behind me. So what
Yeah.
I did is we prepared something, and we are trying to keep displaying this PowerPoint aside while we will be talking as soul brothers and sisters. How about
Wow, that's amazing. Now, do we need to have this disclaimer here at this moment in time?
Yes, so I want to
Yeah.
chant the Guru mantra and the Omkar mantra before we start the interview to bring the divine energy in this program, if you allow.
Absolutely. Oh, that's beautiful. Of course, I'd love to do that. Thank you so much.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Omkaram Bindu Sanyuktam Nityam Dhyayanti Yoginah Kamadam Mokshadam Chaiva Omkaraya Namo Namaha. Omkaraya Namo Namaha. Omkaraya Namo Namaha.
Wow, what a beautiful, lovely prayer here. Wow. And thank you so much for sharing that. Now, perhaps if you would like to stop sharing for the time being, we may get a chance to get a little bit more information about who dear Hitendraji is, and of course, find out a little bit of an insight about your background and your spiritual journey. And I can see this beautiful image of Shiv Kripanand Swamiji in the behind you as well, giving his blessings with his beautiful aura around you, which is wonderful. So, Hitendraji, if you'd like to perhaps share a little bit about who how did you start on your spiritual journey? What happened? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, so I always enjoy telling this story about my childhood because I think, regardless of our age, our entire personality is built in first 15 years of our life. Isn't it true?
Absolutely. Yes, yes.
The way we were taught, whatever we were taught by our parents, in the Western world, people say it is programming of our psyche. But I would say it is the base that was created by our parents. For example, my mother never went to school, but she taught me the unconditional love. She taught me the devotion to God without any expectation. And she had given us the value of Atithi Devo Bhava, or hospitality. When I think about my father, he was a businessman, and he would bring me with him wherever he goes from very young age. Even when I was 3 years old, when he was meditating, he will bring me in the prayer room and make me chant Om, Om, Om. And that changed my life, because while doing that, I was able to see the violet, purple, indigo rings flowing out from in between my eyebrows. And I used to think, this is so beautiful. And I would chant more and more Om. But all these little things gave me the values from my father. He had very strong faith in God. He had the policy, that honesty is the best policy. He believed in equality, and he will never mistreat someone, because God can come in our life at any form. This is what he was telling me all the time. Always treat everyone with love and respect. And he always have in unconditional love. If he helps somebody or if he donates something, his right hand will give but left hand will not know. That is the kind of person he was. And he would go to any saint or guru or master who will visit Navsari, and he will bring me with him regardless how young I was. He says we should always keep open heart and open mind, and we should always listen to wise people, because by listening to them, we will not make mistake as a person. We will learn some from their lessons from their life. So that was the beauty and values or sanskara that I got from my father. And you will be surprised. In India, in my childhood, there was no child labor laws, meaning that you don't complain that this is child abuse. I don't want to come with you at the store. My father would take me from the age of 5 to our grocery store, and I learned some beautiful values of public relationship, communication skills, and mental math. Because when you go there, somebody want 1 kilo, somebody want 2 kilo. You have to have that mental math going on inside. These are the things that you cannot learn in the school. Certain things you learn only in the real practical life. So that was my childhood. But if you want me to tell a little bit about how the spiritual journey starts, I want people to reflect in their own life while I'm talking this, because everybody have gone through their journey like this. And
and the spiritual journey, actually, before we share a little bit about your spiritual journey, what would you understand by what is a spiritual journey?
So spiritual journey is something that is being recorded subconsciously within. Spiritual journey is not something that you are trying to learn in words or you are trying to learn in scriptures. That is simply religious information. But spiritual journey is the journey of your spirit, of your soul, okay? Your inner self that is growing and maturing while you are living all the life experiences and learning the lessons from every experience. Even when we were young and we fell in love with our high school sweetheart and she or he did not love you back, that is a spiritual journey. That is a spiritual lesson.
Right, very nice. Actually, it's developing yourself. It's evolving as a human being, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And evolving from who you are, from who you've been born with, to perhaps develop more humanitarian qualities and bringing out the maximum potential of yours in the world to serve the world in a better way. But what do you say about your own journey then? How did you get into your spiritual journey? What triggered you to get into Samarpan meditation?
So we both have the same master, Sri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji, and as Swamiji says that in our childhood we are still remembering our past life. We are still carrying those spiritual values and spiritual standing that we have from our past life. We start from that level. If we left in grade 6, we will start from grade 6 again. Okay, so that is the way it is. So when I'm talking about grade 6, that means you have left at the Agya Chakra. You will start at Agya Chakra. Grade 3, if you have left on the Nabhi Chakra, you will start at the Nabhi Chakra. So that is what spiritual journey means to me. And I want to say that in my life, I had a great impact of Christian gurus or masters or saints, as well as I had great impact of Indian saints and gurus. And that is how I started my spiritual journey.
Right, that's a wonderful. And here you speak about humanity as well, because I know we talk a lot about humanity. We talk about humanitarian. What for you does humanity mean? What is the difference between a human being and humanitarian? What's the difference?
This is very interesting question. I really like when you pose this question. Human being is simply a noun. and noun is to identify an object or form. So Homo sapiens, Manav Sharir or Manav Roop in human body is simply human being for the world to understand and know, or put the word in the dictionaries. Okay, but being human or being humanitarian is a word to signify the humanitarian action. For example, you are volunteering, Neil is volunteering, Riddhi is volunteering for healing our earth. This is serving humanity, and that is humanitarian work. Okay, you are doing, a philanthropist is doing donation of big money. That is humanitarian work. But I want to bring a spiritual wisdom here from our Hindu scriptures and Hindu philosophy. We say that there are 84 lakh yoni, or 8,400,000 different forms of life. Okay.
Wow. Yes.
Human body is one of the best form in all the different life forms, simply because it has the highest level of consciousness. It has the potential to move from Pashu to Paramatma. It has potential to move from animal to God. It has potential to move from evil to God. So how can it be possible? We are simply human beings. Well, it is not true. We are not simply human being. We are spiritual being enjoying this human body form to have experience and learn our lessons from the life.
Wow.
The major difference is when we say being human, now it is all about being converted into becoming. I want to become this, I want to become that. And we are lost into becoming, and we forgot that we are simply being, meaning that you have to simply exist. Spiritual being is simply being existing and living consciously. When we live consciously, there is no karma that we are making. You are just existing. But when we are trying to become, or when we are trying to do something as a verb, being human, then we enter into the karma because we associate our expectation and attachment with that act. So this is where we have to be little careful. Are we being human? Are we being human? Are we becoming human? Or I'm just spiritual being?
Wow, so it's quite deep, actually, isn't it? I mean, there's two questions that come up for me. What does consciousness mean? Because at the end of the day, we all talk about consciousness, becoming more conscious human beings, etc. But what does consciousness mean?
So consciousness is Divya Chetna, or pure consciousness that came within our body when we were only 3 or 4 months old, as a cage of bones and flesh. Okay, so a life force entered in our body, and along with that the consciousness entered. In Hinduism we call Shiva and Shakti, or Prakriti and Purush.
Right, the life force, some kind of a life force, right?
So yeah, life force is Prakriti, or divine feminine energy. It has, as women always remember a lot of things, it has the memory of all our past life, our karma.
Yes, the good and the bad, they'll always remember what happened 5 years ago, right?
Yes. So what happens is, I would say, Prakriti is a dormant consciousness. It is sleeping, Susupta, Chetna. And Purush, or divine masculine, is, we also worship him as Lord Shiva, okay, is the pure consciousness, absolute consciousness. It is the Chetna. And you can also say that Purush or Shiva is the dormant Prakriti, meaning that it remains inactive. It does not do. As I was saying, spiritual being is doing nothing. It is just living consciously and witnessing. So our Atma is the name given by all the religious people. That is the consciousness. Our Atma is pure consciousness. It does not do anything. It does not interfere, but it witness, and it always guides us.
Right. So yeah. So this a slightly different way of looking at this is just very interesting. Very nice way of looking at something. And also, from all the things that you've shared, you have followed the path of Samarpan meditation in order to grow on a spiritual level. Normally, we go to university if you want to become a doctor, or you go to study plumbing if you want to become a plumber. Whatever the case is. But if you wanted to become more spiritual, you would go to a spiritual teacher or a spiritual guru who passes on the knowledge to you. And you decided to, of course, connect with Samarpan meditation and study with Shiv Kripanand Swamiji. So why did you choose Samarpan meditation, and what was it? Why not all these other various forms that we could and techniques that we could choose from?
Okay, so I would say Samarpan meditation chose me. I did not choose Samarpan meditation. in other words, it came into my life. You see, as I was telling you, we are programmed to think logically and plan intellectually and work hard to achieve our goals, to become successful. But in spirituality, it does not work like that. When a disciple or chela, shishya or pupil is ready, Guru appears in their life. Okay, so when I lived my life with my wife, married life for 10 years in Canada, automatically a day came when Swamiji, Shiv Kripanand Swamiji appears in my life through my childhood friend, Rupam Choksi. Okay, so Rupam is my high school friend. You also met him, we were studying together, and in my high school days I used to consider him as my disciple because I used to get a lot of inspiration from inside, and he was my good listener. So I used to tell him, God lives inside us. God is not in the temple, God is not in the book, God is not in the scripture, and all these people who are trying to divert us or make us fight in the name of religion are doing nothing but BS. You be careful. I am not going to get involved into that. I will believe in the God inside. And when he met Swamiji, he used to drink alcohol, and I was always telling him, stop drinking alcohol. It is not good for you. But he would not stop there. When he met Swamiji, he told me that I stopped alcohol drinking. And I said that, what made you change your attitude? What bring that change? He said, I met this Swami who taught me meditation, and after doing meditation with him, I don't feel like drinking alcohol. I said, then it is very interesting thing. I want to know more about him. So he told about me that Hitendra is very much like this, very spiritual. He does not go more by religious or other doctrines and concepts. So Swamiji said, why don't you ask your friend to invite me to Canada? If he is from our line, he will join us. If not, then I will just visit Canada as a tourist and have fun with him and come back. But that is how Samarpan came in my life. And I would say that Samarpan meditation did not come at no cost. Okay, I was expecting my Gujarati Samaj of Montreal and my wife to support me, but I was little scared of telling that to my wife, that I want to invite this sadhu, Indian yogi, to our home, because she used to practice Christian religion with her family, and I used to respect that. Because in my heart, in my mind, I am very open-hearted person, like my father always taught me. I respected her. I used to go attend all the religious meetings and Bible study and everything. But I would not change the name on my forehead that my God is this God. I will not put the name, because I think that my mother who gave me birth is my mother. And my soul is my own guru. I don't need any guru. I don't need any other religion or other name. Changing the tag outside is like changing the clothes. But who you are inside is the one who decide and guide how you are going to perform in your life and what you are going to enjoy. So my wife got very upset when she came to know that I sponsored Swamiji without even asking her. And at the time I realized the path of God is never an easy one. In Gujarati, we had a bhajan that says, Harino marag che shurano, nahi kayarnu kaam jone, meaning that it takes a bold and courageous person to take the path of God, because there will be a lot of criticism. And we have seen You look in the life of Jesus, you look in the life of Socrates or any other people who were not appreciated by the people around them during their lifetime. It is only after they left people appreciated their work or their wisdom, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So having said that, I would say Samarpan meditation removed all the disputes and disagreements between me and my wife. It led us to live more harmoniously and happily after we met Swamiji. So I already showed you two advantages. My friend quit the alcohol. My wife stopped arguing and fighting with me. What more do you want?
I'm sure all the couples would love that. They're all going to rush off to find out about the Samarpan meditation.
Believe me or not.
Yeah, that is great. Well, this is great because you can see some kind of improvement. You know, you can see this life improves. You know, when you bring this meditation into your life, and of course, being a Samarpan meditation practitioner myself, so you always see this life changes, and you also find, this is something I always ask people as well, that you get this inner joy, you get this inner peace, contentment. And there is never, I need this, I need this, I need this, I want this, I need more, I don't know, promotion, I need this, I need, it's always very enjoying life, right? Very simple. Why do you think, I mean, how do you think this meditation helps people achieve that?
I would show the next slide. It talks a little bit about our website, Samarpan Meditation, USA.org. If you are in United Kingdom, we also have Samarpan Meditation, UK.org, the website. Please go and check, because on this website, depending on your local area, we have all the current programs and we have a lot of information totally free. One thing that I want to tell you, Gurudev Sri Shivkrupanand Swamiji has given this Samarpan meditation for the entire mankind when he came in 2001 to Canada. And he opened it up for entire mankind. He prayed for all the human beings on the planet Earth to elevate them on a spiritual platform, to bring them with spiritual progress in their life through the practice of Samarpan meditation that he learned from Himalayan gurus. Okay, so that was this.
So can I just clarify that? So normally, for example, if we say Hanuman Chalisa, then it's about giving us strength. If you're saying, if you're saying, I don't know, Om Namo Shivaya, it's about helping you to grow on a spiritual level, or whatever it is. Every mantra has something special that it helps you to enhance in your life. But with the Guru mantra that's given through Samarpan meditation, it's about helping you become more soul conscious and to activate and become your own guru. Is that right, Hitendraji?
Yes, keep looking on the screen. It says, this is the Guru mantra. Very simple. I am a holy soul. I am a pure soul.
Right, very beautiful. It's about reminding yourself that you are a soul, first of all, and second thing is that you are already a divine and a pure and a holy soul anyway.
Absolutely.
It's just we forget that through all our conditioning and through the programming and through all our experiences, we forget that we actually are already, our soul is already part of God anyway, part of this world. So can you tell us a little bit about that? Yes, why do you think? Tell us why. I love this. Know thyself and you'll never be unhappy.
Yeah, so that is the answer for the next question. If you can bring it to my spiritual journey of Hitendra, the question that you ask is, when I pray to Hanumanji, I get strength and courage. When I pray to Lord Krishna or Vishnu, I get their consort, Lakshmiji, or wealth in my life and happiness and success. Okay, so this is again a programming made by the society and human being. Who created the religion? Human beings, right? And what they want something from you. They want to create fear in your mind, and they want you to keep filling up their pocket for their survival. That has what I have seen in most of the part of the world, that ultimately religion is not helping people to progress spiritually. It is helping the organization to build their properties and their monasteries and stuff like that. But spiritual journey is not outside. As we already discussed, my spirit is inside. In my childhood, I have told you my story that I learned chanting Om. At the age of 9, I started the Ramdev Pir Bhajan. But it was not just happening in my life because I wanted it or somebody came in my life. Something was happening one by one. There are 7 chakras, as you see, from Muladhara to Crown Chakra. By the age of 53, I have progressed on different level, worshipping the same gods and goddesses wherever I was. When I was child, there was Bhajan Mandal to my neighborhood. I used to attend. I joined Ramdev Pir Bhajan. Through that, I evolved myself and moved from the Muladhara Chakra to Swadhisthana Chakra. I learned yoga with Adhyatmananji while I was in school, and I progressed from Swadhisthana to next level. There was a Christian minister who came, regardless of religion. Now, I want you to pay attention, regardless of religion. We are programmed that only my religion will save me and bring me to heaven. That is a misconception. Regardless of your religion, if you are open-minded, your soul is going to absorb the positive vibration and energy and progress spiritually. Okay, so I learned from that Christian minister, missionary who came from Europe. He taught us that, God, I love you. Forgive me for my mistakes, and I appreciate everything that you gave me. That gratitude prayer changed my life. Every morning I would pray till today. Every night before going to bed, I pray till today. One person who came from Europe, and he taught 13-year-old boy, you have to pray. Out of 700 students, if one has continued this in his life, it can change their life. Okay. At the age of 23, another person came, Kalpana. She was a guest at our home, my sister's sister-in-law. And with my attitude of Atithi Devo Bhava, or hospitality, of considering our guest as God, she became my wife. Then my first son came. Kalpana, of course, opened up my Nabhi Chakra. Nabhi Chakra is related to your spouse. Then my son came, Sajan, in 1993. I was only 27 at that time. It opened up my heart chakra. You will not believe, I started crying. Until then, I was very strong and I was very, manly. Men don't cry. That is what I used to think. But my heart became mellow, and I started crying when I saw my son, and I gave him first bath in my hand, when he was born. My second son came. I moved to Vishuddhi Chakra. Raj was born in 98. Okay. And then Shiv Kripanand Swamiji came at the age of 35. You see, Jesus Christ or Swami Vivekananda left their life by the 31, 32. But Buddha and Mahavir started their spiritual journey at the age of 35 or 32. I started my life at 35. This is the time I got awakening of my Kundalini. You see, Guru bina jnana kahan se hoye? I had all this Ramdev Pir, I had Sai Baba, whom I met during different type in this past journey. These are Samadhist Guru. These are enshrined Guru. If you go to any enshrined Guru, including Jesus Christ, for example, he is for me enshrined Guru because he is not living at this time. When you go and pray to them, please grant me awakening, soul awakening, self-realization. They cannot give because it is like breastfeeding a child. For that, you need the living mother. It is like giving birth to a child. For that, you need a living mother. So they will connect you with the right source. That is why I said when the disciple is ready, Guru appears in their life. Swamiji appeared in my life because I progressed up to Vishuddhi Chakra with all the different souls who were coming in my life one after another. And with the grace of Swamiji, you will not believe, all my karmas of past life, I have faced them one after another. For ordinary people, they will complain, oh, I'm so unhappy, I'm so unlucky.
Oh, Jitendraji, I do totally understand when they say when you're on a spiritual journey, all the karmic things come through together, and you have to deal with them all in such a massive way. But you have managed to do it as well. But I can totally understand.
We are paying back to our family, friends, brothers, sister, everybody. This is all part of our spiritual journey. Like Sometimes we say, why my father is sick? Why my mother has this problem? Why my wife has to go through all this? No, it is part of you paying back, because sometime in the past life, they took care of you. You have to face it. You have to be ready. And now the miracle part that I want to tell you. I was chanting the mantra of Om from very young age, 3 years old. I have manifested Om in my life that I'm going to show you. But before that, at the age of 53, sitting where I'm sitting right now in this room, this is a special meditation room I made in my house. I experienced different energy than the energy of Shiv Krupanand Swami. How I learned that? For example, if I'm closing my eyes and doing meditation, and every day while doing the meditation of Swamiji, I am smelling sandalwood, okay? Chandan Khushbu.
This is something that happens naturally, right? When people are regularly doing their practices, things that maybe other people may not be aware of, but this is something that happens to regular practitioners. They either smell chandan, or they smell sandalwood or rose, or hear certain sounds.
Yes, and you were smelling one fragrance because that is the energy that was coming from this guru. Suddenly you started smelling rose. Oh, this is a different guru, different energy, different. I realized, then I started searching, what is this energy? And it leads you to the right place. It put the right book in your hand. It make you click on the right page on the website. And I ended up learning about Archangel Michael. This was the energy of Archangel Michael in the land of America. He was trying to help me. And this happened during the Navratri. You know, in Navratri, we worship Navadurga. Navadurga and Archangel Michael has the same mission. As you see on the top of the image here, Archangel Michael, if you look at the Durga, she has the Trishul. She has the, she's killing the Mahishasur, the devil, Rakshas. This is the same way here. Archangel Michael is trying to remove the evil forces on the earth. He is trying to protect those who are divine and those who want to bring the positive energy on the earth. So I realized that I have progressed spiritually somewhere in this journey with the help of Samarpan meditation. And it is happening simply because these two gentlemen standing in the front of you on top left.
Maybe you could stop sharing, and maybe we could speak to our wonderful friends. Maybe I believe you have a few people. We've got last 15 minutes left here, so so maybe so if you wanted me to speak to anybody who you've invited to join us, because I understand that you also run these wonderful popular channels as well. One of them, of course, is Soul Satsang, and the other one is Samarpan. I mean, these are both very, very popular YouTube channels which you produce yourself, and it's all for meditation and spiritual seekers and people who want to learn about meditation. Would you be able to tell us a little bit more about that? That would be really wonderful for us to understand.
Yes, we can do that. Just I want to show you one more slide that, look, you believe, you will realize, you will manifest. These are these Om shape on the road. And these are giant Oms. These are not ordinary Oms. Okay, these are giant Oms covering up the entire path on the street. Okay, with one lens, two lens. Let's go on the next one.
Yes.
Archangel Michael did not just give me the presence of his energy in the meditation room. When I went, if you look on the top left image, there is Om, which I have been praying all my life. And Archangel Michael, you can see the wings of the angel. You can see they are pointing the finger in front of the Om, that this is where you come from. These are all the divine. I want people to remember and understand from my experiences that religion may divide you and separate you as human being. God never divides you and separate. He treats you equally, and God is one, and that is inside you. This is my manifesto of what I believe. Let's go on the Samarpan channel.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
So
I want you to watch this video. It is a 2-minute video. Please enjoy.
Soul Satsang is soul's association with the universal truth or reality. Today, humanity is divided by man-made concepts, doctrines, and dogmas in the name of nationality, religion, race, caste, color, gender, lifestyle, and even in the name of science. Soul Satsang is an effort to create a soulful bonding or atmiyata between human beings based on the life's reality lived by different people across the world and learning from the global wisdom. At this point, we are touching only a global family united through Samarpan meditation under the video series of This is Samarpan. Eventually, it will cover up more diverse subjects and demography. We hope you will appreciate our humble effort with an open mind and loving heart. Our intention is to enlighten one's soul and heal one's heart by learning from the life experiences of people who prove themselves to be healthy, happy, without losing any peace of mind in the life. Let the wisdom of life spread through our soul satsang. Isn't it beautiful? I feel that your mission of healing our earth and Soul Satsang's mission is very parallel, very same. And
it is absolutely right. Our mission is definitely to spread love, happiness, peace, joy, and of course, educate, entertain, inform audiences around the world on many, many topics that help to enhance their own well-being, to help transform their lives positively, and of course, to bring and unite people together from around the world. So that is what our aim is. And of course, we are very, very proud to have other channels like yourself, like Soul Satsang, who are doing such a grand job, you know, in spreading good spiritual knowledge and, you know, personal transformation knowledge, which is great.
So
and you also had this is Summer Fun.
Yes, I'm going on that. But I admire your channel and the excellent work that you guys are doing, Riddhi and Neil Kumar and yourself and the entire team. I'm really proud of you. So
thank you.
So far, we have interviewed people all the way from Japan, Australia, Singapore, Germany, UK, Canada, and USA in the Soul Satsang. And those who are practitioners of Samarpan meditation, those who have evolved spiritually, and those who are from different profession, different lifestyle, different background, and still Samarpan meditation has joined them on this one soulful platform, Samarpan meditation. That is how I know you. That is how you became my soul sister. And that is how we created this soul family, in fact.
Absolutely. And of course, there's Swamiji and Guruma in the middle as well. And he teaches people about how to have better family life, how to live in society whilst you're developing spiritually, not to run away to the Himalayas, etc. He says, bring in spirituality to the society and be the role model. So don't go around trying to teach and change people's lives, etc. You be the role model and help them to want to change their own lives. Yeah, so which is really amazing.
You will be surprised that at very young age, when, as I was telling you the story, why people get disheartened when their high school sweetheart disappear, I was thinking that I want to leave this society. I want to become sadhu. I want to go somewhere, you know. And in India, everybody, all the sadhus or all those who are disheartened, they become devdas or they go to Himalayas. You know, that is the trend in India. But I used to get the message from within at that time. I used to listen and it used to tell me, it is the job of coward people to leave and run away from the problem. Or it is when you fail, then you say that, oh, this thing is not working for me. Nobody is wrong. Nobody is bad. You have to find out your inner self. What is right for me?
and speak out courageously. I want to answer the next question.
Yes, yes, you were going to say a few people, some life experiences, right, of what people have gone through.
Right. Because we don't have enough time, I want to make sure that I answer your last question, which is very important question. And Riddhi is waiting because she was getting panic.
Oh, no, that's fine. Please do finish. No problems. I'm sure me and Riddhi have another very interesting guest. I'm sure you'll like to listen to as well very shortly. But please go ahead.
I felt that I am very lucky to be in the center of two very precious, important, valuable guests like Stephen Weiss and Jeffrey Armstrong. My goodness, I feel very lucky.
Oh, great. So tell us a little bit about this then. This is Samarpan.
Yeah, so this is Samarpan is all about those who have lived and practiced Samarpan meditation. This is my behind the stage team who work with me in preparation of this kind of presentation that we have prepared, and making the publicity and doing the YouTube videos. We do the editing after the interview and try to make sure that it is all in a good format and stuff like that. So
how do people's lives change? Because, you know, this is something very interesting, because our audience members are from all over the world. And why would people watch these programs? Why should people tune in to watch some of these programs? Could you tell us some examples on how people's lives have changed, or even any tips that some of these wonderful practitioners would have shared?
So many people have been to different gurus or different religious paths. When they come from so many different backgrounds, regardless of different culture, different country, different places. When they practice Samarpan meditation, first and foremost thing is, it is contagious to be joyful. Okay. Like COVID became pandemic because of its contagious quality. The same way, happiness is contagious. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. All Samarpan people are always happy.
Yes,
that's true.
One thing in this program, everybody knows, when Honey Kalaria come on the screen and she smiles, everybody starts smiling. So that's the way it is. That is the way life is. So Samarpan meditation spreads the love without expectation. Swamiji taught us, never say any negative words about any path or any guru. That is the first teaching. Apna maal sahi hai, to wo market mein chalega hi chalega. Meaning that if your product is good, you don't have to put somebody's product down or bad or good, criticize. No. Make your line longer, bigger. Make your souls
radiate more. Let the light radiate more. Yes.
Then when your love and light is spreading, automatically all the problems and confusion and disappointment and hurt will go away. So that is how most of the people will feel. And they felt that I was struggling, I was trying to find, but I never had the anubhutis. Anubhutis are the experiences that your inner consciousness or Atma experiences, not your buddhi. Not
yes. It's not the mental, it's not reasoning, it's just some unusual, miraculous things that happen in your life, but only your soul understands. Yeah, it's an invisible part of your life, which only you can experience.
And that's why we created these stories of videos of people who lived and how they experienced, how this changed their life. Most of the people, regardless of what profession they are in, what problem they were facing, some have got rid of their sickness, some has gotten rid of their relationship problems, financial problems. All these are resolved, and today they are living happily, or at least they have mindset to accept any situation with the balanced mind. Okay,
so that's a very important one, what you just shared, because even our audience members, we all go through ups and downs in life, which is natural and it's normal in this day and age. But of course, how you stay balanced, whether it's everything is going all over the place in your life, or how do you try your best to remain as balanced as possible along the way, which is very important as well. That is amazing, Hitendraji. Well, to finish off with, and if you wanted to perhaps, stop the share screen, maybe you want to finish off with a final message for our audiences. We've had a really interesting journey into your life and how you've developed yourself, how you've developed a YouTube channel, how you've put a team together, and of course, how these wonderful practitioners have come up to share their stories to the world. Can you tell us any final messages that you may wish to share with our audiences worldwide?
So I would say this, that be real to understand the reality. Unfortunately, we don't know that there is a huge gap between our ideal self we want to be and our real self. Okay, we get carried away by other people and we think that what they will think, what they will tell about me doing this or saying this. Stop worrying about them. Meditate, go inside. Your soul knows every answer. Your soul has answer for everything. Go inside, listen to that voice, and first try to reduce the distance between your ideal self and your actual self. That can be done through meditation and developing your courage and strength by practicing the meditation and developing the integrity between your thoughts, between your words, and between your actions. You see, Narsi Mehta has very beautiful line. वाच काम मन निश्चल जेने धन धन जननी ते मीरे वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए. Be empathetic. Try to understand the other person's problem rather than judging them. That will bring the humanity out from inside. And more you understand and appreciate other people and support other people as a human being rather than being judgmental intellectual person, more you will be happy because you made change not just in your life but other people's life also.
Oh, wow. This is so amazing. What a beautiful message to finish off with. Hitendraji, you've been absolutely amazing. And I know that me and my co-host Riddhiji is going to be joining and, of course, speaking to our next guest, Jeffrey Armstrong, who's a wonderful friend as well and who's absolutely amazing. So you mustn't miss this interview.
I'm going to listen to him because he's one of my favorite speakers too. So I'm curious to learn from him, and I wish all the best to Healing Our Earth team. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and allowing us to share a little bit about Samarpan meditation.
Absolutely. And from me and Riddhiji, the best of luck with Soul Satsang, and this is Samarpan, and good luck. And we look forward to hearing many more of these wonderful stories about these spiritual practitioners in the future as well. A global namaste to you and a Jai Baba Swami, as they say.
Jai Baba Swami, global namaste, Jai Atmeshwar to each and everyone.
Jai Atmeshwar.
I want to say one thing before I leave. May God and Swamiji bless you, whoever is watching this program, and never forget, Hitendra loves you.
Thank you. I'm sure they won't forget with that lovely, loving smile of yours. Thank you very much. So we now move on to our next guest. And of course, do stay over, Hitendraji. I'm sure we're going to be having a panel discussion later on. So if you're around, we will invite you back on. But otherwise, Riddhiji, we have an amazing, amazing guest. Global namaste to Jeffrey Armstrong. Hello.
Namaste, Dr. Kalaria. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
It is definitely, and I know we've worked before together, and I've had a chance to also be the witness to your amazing astrology work and the wonderful wisdom that you have. Today, we're going to get an insight into your journey, and it'll be amazing for our global audiences to really get an insight into your work, and of course, to be absolutely mesmerized by the kind of, what would you say, golden nuggets that you always share, and the pearls of wisdom that you always share. So, Riddhi, did you want to introduce Jeffrey?
Yes, indeed. I just want to start by saying a global namaste. It's fantastic to have you joining us today and being a part of Healing Our Earth. So I just want to start by actually doing the biography for Jeffrey Armstrong Ji, and that is one for Vedic Vidya and Yoga Wisdom. So Jeffrey Armstrong has been featured in the CBC documentary Planet Yoga, the Leo Award-winning documentary Take Back Your Power, Wings of Yoga, and 2 documentaries on Ayurveda and psychology for Mind Valley. He has degrees in psychology, English literature, history, and comparative religion, and spent 5 years in an ashram as a brahmachari monk. He was recently awarded the ICCR Distinguished Indologist Award 2021. Many congratulations on that. Since the launch of his highly acclaimed translation of the Bhagavad Gita Comes Alive in October, which is a decolonization of yoga of 2020, Jeffrey has been teaching students all around the world the wisdom and secrets of this perennial classic, chapter by chapter, through live online weekly classes, as well as his online masterclasses on the many Vedic subjects. You will also find Jeffrey on his new weekly TV program, Vedic Vidya, on the Chitti Media English channel on YouTube, which now has over 1 million views, or on his own YouTube channel, Jeffrey Armstrong. Jeffrey's vast library of Vedic courses, books, can be found on his website, jeffreyarmstrong.com. And it is absolutely fantastic to see the life's work that has actually gone into creating this Vedic Vidya, that's gone into creating this wisdom that he's able to share so proficiently with everybody around the world. It's amazing to see that the Gita Comes Alive is actually the first of its kind. In many ways, it decolonizes the language that's used. It uses Vedic subjects, it uses Vedic terminology, and it's a very comprehensive read. So I highly recommend it for anyone that's looking to look into the Gita.
Actually, we should find out a bit more about this, isn't it, Riddhi? Because at the end of the day, Jeffrey Ji, I would like to say, first of all, I find it so amazing that you come from a non-Asian background and suddenly you're a Canadian, all the way from Canada. You're joining us here today. And you take such an interest in this world of, Vedic. What took you? What brought you into this world? Because you have so much more knowledge than even Vedic priests, I would say. Your understanding of this particular subject is so vast. Would you be able to perhaps share what made you, first of all, go into that line?
It's a wonderful question, honey. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. And thank you, Riddhi, for that lovely introduction. Yes, well, I would say the first thing is, when I grew up inside of Christianity, and nobody was unpleasant to me. It was a kind of vanilla Protestant, Presbyterian, Methodist Christianity. So nobody was really problematic, but I could see they didn't like questions. And so blind faith works for some people if they're at that stage, and it can lead them towards something useful if they have an excellent teacher. For me, I started asking questions, and those teachers didn't like questions. So I kept asking those questions and asking them. Now, my favorite verse in the Bhagavad Gita is chapter 7, verse 19. Bahunam janmanamante, Yanavan mam prapadyate, Vasudeva sarvamiti, Samahatma sudurlabha. After many, many births within Prakriti, one finally starts asking questions. And those questions lead to an understanding of that which is not immediately obvious. So I went on that journey at a quite young age, went through academia, saw that they too liked certain questions and didn't like others. And it was just that Renaissance time when the Vedic Renaissance was starting. Now, I think this is just exactly what karma is all about. So first, the British went to India and stole everything they could in the name of Jesus, which is pretty ironic. And then, because of that, the karma is the gurus of India all came over and taught yoga to their grandchildren of the colonizers. But turnabout's fair play. So I was the recipient of that, just the right timing. My questioning self did all the academics, listened to everyone, still didn't get the answers. And it was only when gurus came from Bharat that I got the answers.
Wow, this is really beautiful, Jeffrey, because you've been on a really deep spiritual journey, and your work hasn't just been a spiritual journey for yourself, but you have also helped to really enlighten many of the people that come across, who could be your clients, perhaps, who buy your books, who attend your courses. They go back enlightened, from the information that you share, because what you teach is not something, it's very practical. You know how to explain it, you know how to give good examples, and you also know how they can implement it in their lives. What has it been like for you? Because you've had planetary yoga, you have this book that you've written about the Gita, all these various things from meditation to yoga to Vedic studies to Gita, the Bhagavad Gita. What strings it all together in terms of how can knowledge from all of these areas help to change people's lives?
That's such an excellent question, because for me, my other degree was literature poetry. So my first go through in university, I got a degree in psychology because I knew the world was crazy. And I got a degree in literature poetry because I was inherently attracted to words and started writing poetry at age 13. So for me, the secret was somehow inside of the words. And if someone spoke the right words, you were transformed. It was a kind of magic. So in pursuing that, I asked questions, but those questions led me to Sanskrit. And Sanskrit is the secret of all of this renaissance of knowledge, just exactly as at a certain point English, which was a kind of a confused and chaotic language, they dumped about 2,000 Latin words into English. That's why English can do science, because they dumped some Latin in, and Latin is smarter than English. Well, it turns out that Latin and Greek come from Sanskrit, and Sanskrit is smarter than Greek or Latin. That's a language. It's more clear, it's more precise, it's more specific, and it doesn't fluctuate over time.
Absolutely. And it was the first language, actually, isn't it? It was the initial language in the world, right? Sanskrit.
Well, here's the thing, and that's an excellent question. We don't know for sure the answer to questions like that, but here's what we do know. Because of the precision of Sanskrit, I can tell you with confidence, there is not another language on our planet that is more precise by the way it's constructed. So that means it is the language that has changed the least over time. And that change is called linguistic drift. So what happens is there's a meaning in every culture, but depending on the precision of their language, that meaning is more or less accessible or inaccessible to pass on.
Right, that's very interesting.
It turns out that the ancient rishis and yogis and people who were so brilliant and enlightened in Bharat, because they had Sanskrit, they could write down their messages. It was written down in poetry, by the way, and with a precise grammar, with exact roots to the words. So when I began to understand this, I pursued it, because now not only could my questions get answered, but by words whose meaning doesn't change over time.
Right.
That's the
That's
biggest secret.
really interesting. That is so interesting. There's two things I kind of picked up from that. First thing is when you said the words have some kind of a magic there, you know, with the way you explain things. And you've had this fascination with these words from a very young age through your poetry. But when you say spell or spelling, it's like a spell, isn't it? That's where the word came from. So when you use certain words, you can actually make people feel better, people worse. You can help to build courage and confidence in someone, all through the words that you would use with somebody.
Now, you're very expert at this because you know how to use the right words and put deep emotions in with them so that the person is touched. So this is part of the secret, that if we're going to make vibrations, so this is the other thing, Sanskrit is a vibratory language. That's where Om is actually the alphabet, represents the alphabet of Sanskrit. A, U, So there's 50 letters in the Sanskrit alphabet, and A, U, Om is all of those letters descending into our world.
Right.
They're called the Akshar Brahman, the letters of the Sanskrit alphabet. So then those words, when we pronounce them, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnam, they vibrate. And then if we hold the right mindset, we have a heart-to-heart connection with the people who are listening to what we're vibrating. And now the meaning isn't ours, it's the always true meaning, but we can send it from our heart like we're broadcasting it to them, so they can get our realization at the heart level and get the head level, they get the Sanskrit's realization.
Wow, that's amazing. The vibration. I'm going to ask Ruth if she's got any questions very shortly, but I just want to ask here, you speak about these vibrations, which are going out. I've seen actually sand or, you know, like little salt or sand or colors. So when they play certain mantras and certain music or certain frequencies, as we would say, you will see them all coming together and start shaping into different shapes. And when the frequency is very beautiful, they come into these lovely patterns by themselves. You know, I mean, is this something that you just shared about the words? Is that what happens with these vibrations? Because you just shared this mantra, it changes the universe, it changes lives, and it changes even the way you are. Could you tell us a little bit about that? And then Ruthie, if you have any questions after this.
Yes, as a matter of fact, if anyone has really gotten into singing, when you learn singing, you learn to sing along. It's one thing to sing by yourself. It's another thing to sing in a choir with 100 people who are all expert at singing and playing different parts, because now you can, it's like a great play instead of just a single actor on stage. It's so much more interesting if we have 50 actors on stage, all charismatic, all contributing something. So this is what yogis are. At first, we're hungry for something the world's not giving us. But the point of access that we can use with everyone that doesn't cause another problem is to sing together, to chant together, to speak together. That doesn't make our intimacy inappropriate. It leaves us the just right dignity and integrity, but we can empower one another. And if we get 10,000 people doing something like that, everything vibrates with that vibration. So this is one of the ways. If the Sanskrit aims what we're doing, then our heart can project it out everywhere. And the realization everyone is getting is the same. So it's kind of like if you were in a choir and you tuned the choir. The choral director, when I was in choirs, would go, all right, everyone, la, 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 la. And the whole room of 150 people would go, la, 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 la. But they were on cue. And now they learn how to vibrate together. I would suggest to everyone that this is what Bharat, India is. It's the place where they learned this and they harmonized with each other. I like to call it dharmanized. Their dharma was Why should we harm each other when we could live together in a beautiful way?
Absolutely. What a beautiful, very well explained. And we got these lovely messages coming through as well. I love the way you explain that. Really, what did you think? With Jeffrey, with what he's sharing with us so far, is there any questions you have any burning questions that you would like to ask Jeffrey G? Because I know he's hard to get hold of. He's a very, very valuable and a very, very wise soul. So is there any questions that you'd like to ask him?
Absolutely. I absolutely love what it is that you're saying about the vibrations, and to be able to raise those vibrations, to bring the whole planet into harmony, to bring the whole planet into unity, to cohese together as one, as Vasudeva Kutumbakam. How important is it to actually begin the day with the sadhana?
Yes, we're reborn each night. We go into Never Never Land, and we're not sure if we're coming back. And don't we visit planets and go here and go there? So we get off our leash, which is our body, and we just go. So when you come back, you're reincarnating every morning back into your embodiment. So in a sense, you're a baby every morning, and you're the most impressionable. And the yogis knew this. So they said that impressionable period is an hour and 45 minutes before the sun rises and while the sun rises. And so, of course, every yogi knows Om Bhuvasva, above where I am, below it, and where I am. Tat Savitur Varenyam. The sun is shining its beautiful energy everywhere. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. In my intrinsic nature, I'm just like that. I'm sunshine too. Dio Yona Prachodayat. When I grew up, there was a song my mother used to sing all the time from the 30s. You are my sunshine, my only
sunshine. You make me happy
when skies are
gray. I love that song.
You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Oh, please don't take my sunshine
away.
So that's what every yogi does first thing in the morning. They look at this beautiful sun and beautiful world and they go, please let me work with you lovingly and quietly.
It's a very, very nice song. Isn't that lovely? Good question there as well. Absolutely. The sadhana is important, right? And I love the fact that you should be reborn here. Now, you've written lots and lots of books, Jeffrey. And of course, you will have like 10 million wise little messages from that you could share. Are there any that you could share with our audiences, that any few messages that you have shared with others through your books, etc., which can help to transform people's lives? Any kind of knowledge, any kind of words of wisdom that you could share with our audiences, especially for them to grow on a spiritual level, to become a better human being, perhaps? What could you share with them?
All right. Well, just like we sang together, I was so glad you joined in.
I love that song.
Everyone could feel it. And we felt so connected because, like I said, by singing and by singing something that's true for everyone, we get very intimate, but it's an appropriate intimacy. It's the one we really want. We want to be connected to everyone. And then they can transfer their beauty to us and we can transfer our beauty to them. So this is the basis really of what India is. It's a place where the divines all shared their beauty and it was held in Sanskrit. So as time went on, once I was let in, initiated means let in. First I was let in, then I did service and learned, and you have to do seva in order for the words of the guru to truly land, because you have to ultimately be of service to everyone to be in the right mood to truly understand. So finally, I realized, when in the midst of doing this for many years, that it was important to get a clarity in the message. And this is what for the last 15 years I've been doing. I was already a linguist, but I started applying that to Sanskrit. And even though all of us are inarticulate to some degree, because we could be so perfect in the perfect language. So no one should feel bad that they're not that yet. But the secret is the more Sanskrit words you know, the more magic words you know that don't exist in your language. Okay. That's what really got me after a while. I said, okay, I see. So one at a time, we have to learn Sanskrit words because they're little chunks of light and they enlighten. And so what I am going to recommend for everyone is one at a time, replace Christian words, soul, sin, faith, God, all of that, religion, with Sanskrit words. And just one at a time, you'll now raise the vibration, say a word that's always true rather than just taken from a partial context. So I became a yogi linguist. The yoga, accurate language in Sanskrit. And this is the Renaissance. So with that, I rewrote the Bhagavad Gita and I took out the words that were obstructing the meaning.
Yes, that's an amazing book, Jeffrey. Please show that one more time to our audiences because they should all rush out and get a copy of that. It's a really, really beautiful book. And there you go. You've had two different types. Is it two books that you...
Hardbound gilded. This is the one you put on your altar. This
Yes.
is the one you keep in your car.
Right, that's it.
Plus the extra one that you're going to give away if you meet somebody who's interested.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And of course, you know, your background is also astrology, dear Jeffrey, because we've talking about all these Eastern, you studied Vedic astrology. So the Eastern style of Vedic history. There you go. There's some information there about your Bhagavad Gita, by the way. The Bhagavad Gita comes alive. I think every single audience member who's out there should absolutely order one of these books because I think you'll get a real great insight into so much wisdom and also life management tools to help you improve your life and also to be able to understand other people better, develop stronger relationships. And I'm sure that Jeffrey wouldn't mind that there are so many online courses and workshops that you tend to run that people can always check out your website, Jeffrey Armstrong, and, you know, book yourself onto one of those courses and one of those lessons, because I'm sure you're going to go back with so much knowledge. So Jeffrey, coming back to this again, so I went into the books now, sorry, the astrology part. Can you tell us a little bit about astrology? You studied what? You studied Vedic astrology, and why did you find that was more suitable for you to study rather than the Western style, or did you study both?
Well, honey, here's the thing. When I was working my way through university, and I always had to work my way through, I had no money to go to school with. So I put my way through university for 5 years from age 17 to 23. And one of my jobs was to work in a metaphysical bookstore called Circle Books in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And in that bookstore was every metaphysical book in English that existed at that time.
Could you explain to people what metaphysical means, just in case they're not very sure of what that means?
Well, it's a little bit like the English word that I don't use, spiritual, because spiritual doesn't have enough specific meaning, but it means in general, trying to understand the invisible part of our reality, because the spirit is like breath. So spiritus means to breathe. And so just as air is invisible but present, there's something that's invisible but present. So Western civilization has been pursuing that for years as the knowledge of India leaked out and different cultures. So I eventually got a degree in history and comparative religion, as well as psychology, as well as literature, poetry. And because I had studied all of that, I had this world view into which the Sanskrit knowledge landed. So first I spent 5 years as a celibate monk in an ashram, serving my guru, helping him translate his books, as a matter of fact. And that was where I learned Veda and Vedanta. But while I was at that metaphysical bookstore, I became a Western astrologer at age 21.
Wow.
And once I did the ashram, I got a guru of Jyotish. And that guru of Jyotish was named M.K. Gandhi. And so A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami was my Vedanta guru, ashram guru. Then I got my Jyotish guru, M.K. Gandhi. And he was brilliant. He said to me, sure, I'd be glad to teach you. I'm going to teach you the 9 planetary mantras, and you chant each one 100,000 times. And when you've done 900,000 mantras, I'll teach you Jyotish.
Wow, you've actually had your Guruji saying that to you?
He did. And I went off and spent 3 months doing 900,000 mantras.
Oh my God, I want to do this. If I can be enlightened like you, Jeffrey, I'm going 3 months and I'm going to definitely invest my life into doing 900,000 mantras.
And he then taught me Jyotish, Vedic astrology, but the ancient style that's been passed down for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. So then I went back to university and I studied Sanskrit from a Benares Pandit, Ramanath Sharma. And he had memorized the 4,000 grammatical rules of the Ashtadhyayi of Panini. So this was 3 gurus, a language guru, a Jyotish guru, and a Vedanta guru. So with that and their teaching inside, I got to substitute, because Jyotish is where psychology comes from. It's the gunas, the doshas, it's all those things, the karanas, all those things that we're connected to by being embodied.
Yeah, especially from the Western side, isn't it? The Western side is very much under psychological astrology, where you're actually talking about people's characteristics, behavior, etc. Whereas when you go into the Eastern philosophy, then Eastern astrology, it'll be more about predictions and be able to, but what I find very interesting here is with the astrology side, because today we're talking about meditation and yoga. How can you tell through astrology that this person is going to be a spiritual person? This person is going to develop this area. How can you do this?
Yes, and let's say that this is the biggest difference between the yogic culture and the non-yogic culture. There's one missing vitamin in non-yogic cultures, whether it's science or religion, and that is they still think we only live for one lifetime.
So you're saying that they would think there's no karma, there's no reborn, and there's no reincarnation, etc.
You get one try at it, one whack at it, and if you lose forever. And this is the big fear that's used in those religions. You go to heaven or hell, you got one shot, so good luck. And everyone's afraid and they're going, don't hurt me.
Yeah, so better be this way, and it's a good way to control the masses. Yes, I understand.
Absolutely. But they used fear, but the Vedic didn't use fear, they used knowledge. And they set the premise that what I'm pretty convinced is the true one, which is we're immortal beings on an amazing journey. Isn't that better than being frightened?
Absolutely, absolutely. So, but you could literally see this, and so that's why the astrology comes in place, because you're actually being able to read someone's birth chart and be able to know this is where you came from, and this is where you're going to be going, and these will be the right choices for you if you want to maximize on what's written on your map.
So let's say that all of us are immortal beings who cannot die. First premise. Then the universe becomes a university.
Wow, yes.
And we don't just have one life. Now we're enrolled in the university till we get a PhD.
What a beautiful way to say that. Is beautiful.
However long that takes. So then that means we're working our way through the curriculum. That's called karma. So whatever we do, has a result and keeps coming back. So we're always in the midst of new opportunities and the results of what we've done before. So that means all of that is important, and therefore there's a way to talk about it. The science of talking about where your cause and effect is after your many lifetimes and now so this is our car, isn't it?
Yes,
So the
absolutely.
Sanskrit is karana. This body is our car.
Yeah. Oh, love it. So you're actually driving along, right, left, which way, which direction.
And there's 9 different grahas or planets. So let's say that they don't control us, meaning they're not making things up. What they're doing is delivering what we ordered in a previous life from the catalog.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
So they are UPS, Universal Parcel System. You have 9 different departments, and those departments all have things landing. And those department heads are the grahas or the planets.
Wow, that's a very interesting way to explain this. And then what happens? How do we become the best versions of ourselves?
Well, for that, there's 2 different things. One is our long-term view, and that's what our gurus teach us about, so that we see ourselves in a big way, and that's called Mahatma. That's the real meaning of Mahatma, to see yourself and everyone else as immortal beings on a long journey, and therefore to have that respect for every living entity. Any creature you see, any human you see, this is first. I see you are an immortal being, you're an Atma, you're on a long journey, and I'm going to treat you that way to the best I'm able. Even the lion running to eat you, before you shoot them, so they can't eat you. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you for eating me, Mr. Lion.
Thank you for being yourself so beautifully, but I don't want to be lunch today. So here we are. But if we know this, we're not so confused. So the next step is we realize everyone's cause and effect, their karma, is on a delivery schedule. And that delivery schedule is what Jyotish is all about. The other side of Jyotish, the companion of Jyotish, is Ayurvedic medicine.
Right.
Ayurvedic medicine uses the same knowledge to treat your body as the vehicle that it is. So each vehicle needs a different fuel, needs a different repair process, has a different disposition. So between Jyotish and Ayurveda, we have a lifestyle that is Mahatma, broad-minded, rather than Duratma, small-minded.
Right. Very open-minded view of the world rather than very closed and not just one topic, but it's like sees many, many layers and brings it all into one place to help to, yes, absolutely. Before I bring it, oh, there you go, Riddhi. I thought Riddhi has disappeared. I thought if you wanted to interrogate Jeffrey whilst I've been interrogating.
Why not? So I think actually this is a fantastic discussion, right? So we've been speaking
about Jeffrey, come out with it.
About karma, and it's beautiful to see the relationship, the dance and the song between the 2 things. So as we actually move through life and we get stuck and we get layers of veils that are put on top of us, there's a sense of ignorance to this. But how do we actually manage to control the prana in these times, in these stressful times of karma and eartha? How do we actually manage to get back to our true essence?
Very nice, Riddhi. Okay. So as you can see, there are 2 sides. One is managing the vehicle. And that's what Ashtanga Yoga is, the 8-limbed yoga. It says, well, first of all, let's bring your vehicle to balance. Park it so it's not racing, the engine's not racing, and it's not out of balance. Now let's try to go into this deeper state of awareness, because that's who we really are. So instead of dreaming, now let's go into a sort of dreamlike state where we're still conscious. And now let's try to connect with these other realities, because they're there, but they're not physical like this. It feels almost like dreaming, but it's not. It's samadhi. It's when you're at the state where you're in connection with them. So this brought me back to the language. We know there's magic words. Sanskrit is magic words that are connected to the ultimate reality that we're surrounded by.
Yeah.
So that through them, we can conceive of it and contact it. Conceive of it because we have words to talk about it. Contact it because we have their phone numbers, which are mantras. So we dial them up on their mantras and they directly connect with us because that's their phone number. So the mantra is the phone number of a divine department. And when you call them, you're not supposed to be rude and say, give me this and give me that. You're supposed to say, teach me what I do not know, please. Empower me in ways that will make me the best me I could be, please.
Yeah.
And it's always please, and it's always with respect. And that's what the mantras are. Yoga, which means what? They link us to all the divines.
The union, right? So it's wonderful. Yes, absolutely. Union between yourself and the higher self, as we would say, or your soul and the higher soul, your consciousness with the universal consciousness.
So now, this is what I'm about. Instead of soul, could we just switch words to Atma?
Atma, yes, yes.
Because Atma gave us the word atomic in English. Atomic means atome, you can't cut it. When they discovered the atom, they thought it was the uncuttable smallest particle. Then they split the atom. But Atma and atomic are the same root on the Sanskrit, Atma, which means it doesn't end, it wasn't created, it can't be destroyed. So if we use soul, soul is a Christian word, and sol is the Latin. It means a sun shining. Well, there's some truth to that, but not as much as Atma, because the sun will burn out someday, but the Atma will not. So Atma, if you switch to that word, then you don't use the Christian word, you use the Sanskrit word. And now everyone who uses that knows exactly what you mean. And so the next step, if I may suggest to everyone, is the precision of Sanskrit words as a yoga.
Oh, that's really interesting, isn't it, Riddhi? And the precision of the words for yoga, because yoga is vast. We talk about different types of Ashtanga yoga and Bikram yoga and Iyengar yoga and all sorts of different yogas. And here you talked about the words that can be used within yoga, which is a very interesting way. How can someone bring that into their lives so that they can start utilizing it for their own personal development, transformation?
And by the way, this part of yoga is called jnana yoga.
Jnana, yes, knowledge yoga. Yoga,
or
yes.
Samkhya. Yeah, Samkhya or jnana yoga.
What you're about.
Not only knowledge, but it's the descriptive vocabulary that allows us to articulate what things are. So we can say, am I this or am I that? So the words in Sanskrit are na iti, neti neti. I'm not this, I'm not that. So we start out with what we're not, and then we go to what we are. So Ashtanga yoga, the eight-limbed yoga, should be accompanied by Samkhya yoga.
Yes.
Once we balanced our system and brought everything into harmony physically, now we should shift to the level of, am I this? Is this me? No, that's just a pen. Okay. How about this? Is this me? No, that's a book. What's me? What's me is the next conversation, and that's called jnana yoga. And this is where our language matters a great deal. That's where Sanskrit really shines. because the words don't drift in meaning, and it lets you be more precise.
That's beautiful. Isn't that lovely, Riddhi? So did that answer your question there? If you're going from Ashtanga yoga to going on to the sun salutations and making sure you're nice and strong, and then moving on to be able to, you went into the Nan yoga. So there's a bit of a journey I can see here. There's a journey, as you spoke about the university, that everybody has to go through all the different subjects, as we would say, go through different curriculum and study and be able to perhaps pass that and then move on to the next stage. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. And it feels like it as well, because what I was 10 years ago and 20 years ago, I'm not today, because you worked, you learned new lessons, you learned new things, you attended courses, you were enlightened about certain things, and some things you would never do again because you think, oh yeah, this is not the right thing. And some things you think, oh, I must do more of that because this is a good thing for us to do. So you develop.
Let's add one vitamin to that, honey. Let's say that our maleness and femaleness is coming in from male and female energetics in the universe. And it isn't us, we're just wearing it. Just like if you said, oh, I love you, you're so blue. And I say, well, not quite. That's just a shirt. That's not me. So what if we realize our gender's not us, but we're wearing it? But that male and female is a divine characteristic that makes life possible, and even perhaps exists beyond that, which is, the Veda says it does. So now all these problems with gender and with race and with skin go away. Nobody is the color of their paint job on their vehicle. The shirt's not me.
That's true, yes.
It's not me. So this leads us to karma yoga, because now we can act in the world, but we have a guideline so we don't run people over and we don't hurt people. So that's called karma yoga.
Very beautiful. So it's like the universal principles that if you follow, and if you're following like laws of the universe, if you follow those, then you're going in the right flow.
Working in harmony with.
Yes, and of course, like if we believe in law of karma, that means there's cause and effect as part of the discussion. And if that's the case, like you mentioned, that if you're born and your map, that's there, your birth map, as we call your birth chart, that should probably have the effects as well of your causes that would have taken place previously, right?
Yes. Now let's put the crown on the candles on the cake. So what if, let me ask you, I bet, honey, you like to dance.
I love to dance.
So
and I love it when you say dance, we say dance, right? And you say dance. I love the dance bit.
I love the dance.
Yes.
I studied modern dance for 3 years.
Ooh.
I was the guy in the room, and there was 4 gay guys, myself and all the girls.
Right.
So I studied modern dance, ballroom dancing. So all of that is part of something else, which is celebration. And celebration yoga is otherwise known as bhakti.
Bhakti yoga, right. Oh, it's beautiful.
Bhakti yoga is where you get into the bliss, the ecstasy, and there, the ananda, but it doesn't cause harm, doesn't get you in trouble. You're not using drugs. You're not being inappropriate. You're not causing any harm, but you're dancing with the Supreme Being.
Wow, it's beautiful. What a beautiful thing. And Bhakti yoga is so beautiful because it's like consciousness just comes through you. You realize like this energy just comes through you, and bliss, you just experience the bliss without you even wanting to experience it. It just happens by itself. So you're singing, you sing along, you do a little dance with that, so like Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, for example, is a lovely group of people at ISKCON Temple, for example, and they will be just in their own little world when they're singing and dancing, and they actually give us the energy. We get energized and we want to start joining them too. Absolutely. I love the Bhakti Yoga bit. What a beautiful ways to link all this into real life, the way you're explaining it, Jeffrey. Lovely, lovely, really brilliant. And when we move on from these kinds of subjects, your again your experience is very vast. You've had a wonderful journey as well yourself. You've gone from being a monk to a writer to astrologer. Such a did you, I mean, how do you listen to your soul? Because people talk about meditation, yoga, it actually helps you to connect, you know, like there's a kind of a union that takes place. And after a little while, you start going with the flow with the universe. You start seeing the signs, you start understanding, you know, perhaps this is the direction I need to go in. It's hard to explain. It's an invisible kind of signals that take place. But how do we connect to our soul and listen to our soul? What kind of exercises we can do to develop ourselves on that level?
Well, I begin with the jnana, so I don't use the Christian word, I use Atma.
Atma, yes. So how do we connect with our Atma? I'm a slow learner, but now I'll be really fast. I'm all ears.
Well, the first thing is we go, where was I? Meaning we look around and, oh, I've got caught in the excitement out here again. So now I remember who I really am. I'm an immortal being. I can't die. I'm on a long journey. And where was I? So this is the first meditation, is to separate the Atma from the body. That's what Ashtanga Yoga is actually doing. And then when we calm down a little bit, we get connected to the Devas and Devis because they're running the universe, not because they're the final goal, but because they're the departments that are running the universe. Imagine you're going to a university. So I call the universe the university. So when I went to university, there were people cooking in the kitchens, there were people cleaning the campus, there were all of these people made my going to university possible. So those are known as the Devas and Devis, and they're all around us. So what is the right attitude? Gratitude. So the Vedic culture is all about honoring the Devas and Devis because they give us our dinner. They're making everything happen in nature. They're the helpers on campus. So we learn to talk to them. We learn to see each other the right way. And all of this puts us in the right mood. And then we practice staying in that mood, even if we interact with someone who's grumpy and forgetful.
Beautiful. So you're saying we actually, over a period of time, become that. We just become that. It's not about trying anymore. That's who you are. And when people say that, oh, I would like to become more loving, I'd like to be more caring. Well, if you are love and if you already love, you won't even be able to help yourself but to love and to show compassion and care.
And the English word teaches us this because it's remember. So if you're a member and you forget, you remember by rejoining, and joining is yoga.
Oh my God, that's amazing. You have to tell us a few more of these wonderful words because I love this. So remember, remember. Wow. So is this how you studied the words?
We're already a member. We just forgot for a while. We got lost in something. And so remembering is rejoining, and that's called yuj or yoga. So yoga is remembering and reconnecting. I'm part of all of this. And then you say, oh, thanks for being there when I forgot. I'm learning not to forget. So the saying is always remember, never forget.
Right. So actually your soul, when you become Atma conscious, so as you become Atma conscious, you actually, you start just living that life. You start learning and just living and being that. Is that right?
That's correct. And you see, when you just use the word Atma now, because atome means you can't cut it, you can't break it, you can't destroy it. But soul doesn't mean that. Soul means someday it'll burn out, but that's not correct. So now what you were trying to say and the word you used are matched appropriately. The more you do
Right.
that, and the more you'll have correct words for everything. And the words won't be changing and shifting all the time because the Sanskrit doesn't do that. So for the words that are very important, we use precise words.
Wow. It's like talking about love, but there's agape love and this kind of love and that kind of love. So you have to be precise with, oh, if you're talking about agape love, is this kind of a love? So,
Well,
most
love's a good
precise with
example. Love's a good example because the word love is from the Sanskrit lobha.
Ah, right.
And lobha means greed.
Oh, I see.
So the B became a V. So lobe became love because English is sloppy. But lobha means greed. So in English, I love pizza. I love my dog. I love my cat. I love you. I'm greedy for you. I'm greedy for this. I'm greedy for that.
Right. Yes.
But prema is different. Prema gave us the word premier. Prema is the pure essence of what we call greed of I really wanted, I really wanted. But now in love, we promise not to hurt it, don't we?
Prem. Yes. When you talk about prem is a different word you're saying than love, because love could be, oh, I want, I need. Whereas prem is I really, really, main tamare prem karu chu, as we would say in Indian.
Don't I have to have
half of Gujarati there?
Don't I have to have your permission to really love you? Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So if I do, then if I start hitting you and say I really love you, you're going to say, what? You what? So this leads us to Dharma. Dharma is cooperating with the laws of nature. And do you remember in the Bhagavad Gita what one of the first things Krishna says to Arjuna? Because you're my friend, I'm going to reveal myself to you.
Yes.
So what if we make best friends with the universe?
Ooh, lovely. Wow, that's amazing. Oh my God, Jeffrey, I could be speaking to you for 10 hours and I would love this. I'll be saying, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more, right? This is amazing. Riddhi, I know we're kind of coming to the end of this amazing interview with Jeffrey. Jeffrey, was there anything you wanted to share, or Riddhi, is there anything, last question you would like to ask?
I had a question, and it's just bringing back everything that we've just been speaking about. So in Advaita Vedanta, where we've got this philosophy of having dualities, so like the duality, for example, of pleasure and pain, the duality of cause and effect, we're constantly in a state of flux. How do we manage to raise our vibration so that we can come from a place of intuition and to be able to connect with each other from that place of intuition?
That's a great question, Riddhi. There's two things that we need to know from Vedanta, not just one. And so the first is that we are all of a similar nature, and therefore there isn't anything that you can't be that is you.
Right.
You can only be things that are not you for a little while, but you can be yourself forever. And so that's what Shankara got across as Advaita, that we come from a place called Brahman. So our true nature is Aham, I am, Brahmasmi. I am from the realm of light and immortality. That was Advaita, to get that message. But the other Vedanta acharyas also said, but don't forget that you're an individual and that you're not going to merge and lose your individuality. You're going to keep it. So now you know I'm an immortal being. I'm from a realm called Brahman. So I'm brilliant and I am light by nature, but I'm also an individual. That's where bhakti comes in. Where Shankara started us was, we've got to remember first that we're all part of this ultimate reality.
Yes.
But the other acharyas said, and now that We've learned this from Shankara. Now let's celebrate together. And who celebrates is me as my undying, immortal, etc. self. And that self, that Atma, then looks at all the other Atmas this way, but doesn't merge with them, doesn't abandon their identity, but is the same as Brahman. But the mystery is, but also an amazing individual. Therefore, you remain an individual, but you're now connected to Brahman. So you say, Aham Brahmasmi, Jivera Svarupaya Niter Krishna Das. But I'm also the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of Bhagavan. Dasa Dasa, Dasanu Dasa. If we just merge, we stop serving. If we serve selfishly, that causes disturbance. But if both are true, isn't that wonderful? Great question.
Is that how we develop the Chitta Shakti then, to be able to be the light of our true nature?
Yes, and eventually it's called Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva. It means both are true forever. Yes, I'm the same as Brahman, and yes, I'm an individual spark of Brahman and always will be. Once I get back that individuality, it's no longer dualistic because it's achintya. It's in the context of Brahman. So this is the final stages of mystery, and we could talk about this for months because that's Vedanta, but we just touched on it because of your great.
Oh, that was a really lovely question there, really, really deep question there, and Jeffrey as well, a really deep answer there. Before we say goodbye to you, I just wanted to ask one final question. The future. Nowadays, we talk a lot about frequencies and vibrations and scalar waves, and people are being healed through these kinds of things. People's behavior is being changed because of these things. Like people get more depressed, or people get more. There's different 5G, maybe even with phones, etc. How does this affect? And because in our astrology, this was done years ago, right? Our masters wrote about these astrological rules and regulations and principles. But now all these new things are coming in. How can you utilize? How could you guide people to live in that kind of a world, like a modern world, and to still remain spiritual, to still remain Atma conscious?
Well, that brings us back to the user's manual for yoga.
The Bhagavad Gita, yes.
There's just 701 verses. And each of those verses tells us something important that's always true. And so there's got to be a user's manual for being here on Earth, Mata Bhumi. That's a good example again. We're humans. We're from Bhumi. And so Bhumi makes humus, which is earth. And our bodies are made of that. And we're Bhumi beings. So together here, we need a code of conduct. And in chapter 10, verses 8, 9, 10, and 11, Sri Bhagavan gives 4 verses that summarize the entire Bhagavad Gita. And I'll say it in English, since our time is short.
Yeah.
I am the source of everything. From me, the entire creation flows. Knowing this, the wise adore me with all their hearts. Their thoughts dwell in me. Their lives are surrendered unto me. And they derive great satisfaction and bliss, enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted and adore me with purest love, I give the understanding by which they may come to me. Out of compassion for them, I, who am dwelling within their hearts, destroy the darkness born of ignorance with the shining lamp of knowledge.
Beautiful.
Yes. So this manual is just there for all of us to, as the saying goes, to be on the same page, to be connected to Bhagavan while we interact with everything, and to hold that identity behind everything. So it's not sectarian, it's just to know that all of this rests upon an ultimate divine beauty, and to know that that's a user-friendly relationship. So my last word on this is, there's three things we should not do. We should not be coercive. We should not be converting. We should be cooperative and friendly, so we should be conversational. You can try to convert everyone, don't do it. You can try to coerce everyone, don't do it. But to have friendly conversation with everyone, that's how we, members of the Vedic Sanatana Dharma culture, share with each other, just like we're doing now with people who want to listen, user-friendly, respect for everyone as an Atma, and trying to be best friends with the source of everything.
Wow. Well, I would, this Atma here would like to say naman to this Atma over there. And of course, to my, of course, Ridhiji as well. and namaste from my Atma to your Atma.
And I would also like to know, Jeffrey G, which retreats do you have coming up? Do you have any events coming up that people can come to, that people can engage with?
We do have a weekly class on the Bhagavad Gita every Wednesday night,
right,
Pacific Standard Time. We're in Canada and the west coast of Canada, Vancouver area, White Rock City. So that, and if you listen in regularly at our various communications, we're doing events all the time of one kind or another. We do have a retreat that'll be coming up if travel allows it. It's difficult to say what you're doing out in the world in the last 2 years for obvious reasons. So we do regularly have an annual retreat and classes galore. And so my partner, Sandy Graham, is in charge of all of that. And you'll see many different ways that people can participate, both online and in person. So thank you, ladies, very much. You're doing such a wonderful job. And
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for letting me be a part in it. You create such a beautiful mood of joyful and laughing but brilliant communication, and set a beautiful context for this to take place. It was a real joy being with you today.
Oh, thank you so much, dear Jeffrey. We're absolutely honored to have you here, and of course to listen to those pearls of wisdom that you shared with the rest of us, and of course our whole team here, as well as of course the global audiences who have tuned in today with over probably 140 countries out there. And of course, I know that next year you have a special retreat coming up as well. I believe it's in Thailand or Bali, I believe, somewhere there. So if anybody wants to go and enjoy some kind of a little bit extra duration with a Jeffrey, learn about all these wonderful things that he shares, the workshops, and enjoy a beautiful place. Another thing you can go and check out from Jeffrey Armstrong's special website. So thank you very much, Jeffrey. Have a lovely day. I would like to say a global namaste to this beautiful Atma of that I'm seeing right now. A global namaste. Thank you. So Riddhi, thank you very much for that. What a lovely gentleman. I really enjoyed that interview. It was so much fun. And I know that we're
spectacular to see the different ways that all of these healing energies come together as one, and how it just enables us to vibrate deeper from within, to be able to realize what our true nature really is. So once again, thank you so much, Jeffrey G, for joining us on this platform and being part of Healing Our Earth today.
Yes, and that was, I love that Gita, you know, when you talked about this, that's really nice, because that manual that we spoke about, to have a manual like that, isn't that beautiful to have? Because nobody has a manual. We would love to have a manual to make our life easy. So I think that, you know, Bhagavad Gita comes alive, seems to be a real perfect manual for all of us to use. So thank you, Jeffrey G. We'll see how our lives have changed from your wonderful words of wisdom there. Thank you. So we move on now to our next guest, which is Andrea Carani. He is Italian by birth, and you will be able to tell by his amazing personality. But at the same time, you know, he lives here in the UK, and he's such a wonderful spiritual soul. And I'm going to say Atma, because we just said Atma. The way we would say soul is also Atma. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Andrea. First of all, a global namaste to you, Andrea. Hello.
Hello, namaste.
Namaste, I love that. Now, I know today we're going to talk about soul consciousness meditation. If we translated it and use the right word, we will say Atma consciousness meditation. Now, Andrea's life is to serve humanity in its simplest way, sharing his experience in public programs and workshops, as well as giving soul guidance, helping people to realize their divine nature, to find out inner peace, which is something we all need nowadays, I know. Now, Andrea is guiding people from all faiths and walks of life in expanding their own understanding further, helping them to touch deeply the peace that lies within all of us and beyond the chattering mind, I would say, which can only be perceived through the heart. It is only through the stillness of this and stillness of his meditations, that we would say, that we've been able to reconnect to that deep silence, true love, and peace within, as we would say. Now, his teachings are simple and easy to understand for both beginners and more experienced seekers, and he runs online courses for anyone who wishes to learn about soul consciousness meditation, is looking to live a more fulfilled and successful life, also seeking greater peace and a deeper understanding of their lives, and as well as somebody who's looking to replace stress and anxiety with deep relaxation. Again, something that we all need. So, Andrea, I would like to say a very big warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you. I wish I could read it as beautifully as you just did.
You're my best friend. I like that. I will never say no to compliments. Keep them at here. Come on. so, Andrea, first of all, you have such a beautiful background about you. You do so much great work. You transform lives through the meditations that you teach. Today you're here and you're joining us on Healing Our Earth on this special meditation and yoga course program. What would you like to first of all share about yourself? What is your background? Who is Andrea Karani? Tell us about that before we move on to our meditations.
It's so nice to be here. It's thank you, Hani, for having me, and thank you for your amazing work as well. Always connecting people from all around the world is so necessary. And I've been practicing meditation for about 30 years.
Ooh, yes, you look so young. You look like 20-year-old. How do you look so young? Yeah, that's wonderful. For 30 years, right? Wow, that's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just, my personal experience is that if you are on a spiritual journey, you should be feeling that you are getting happier and happier and happier. If you are getting happier, then that is such an amazing sign that you are on the right path. And because that is what happened to me when I was on living my own life and following my own spiritual life as well. I started to realize that my life was changing so much, and I was becoming always more open, freer, being able to express who I really was, and it brought so much inner joy. So what I do now,
But what was that spiritual journey? What was that spiritual? What did you do that made you start changing like that and be able to express more and to be able to enjoy and be happier?
I think it's that when I started my journey, I went through a lot of strong experiences, such as my dad, when I was about 15 years of age, he became very ill with cancer, and it was a very difficult journey because he was ill for about 2 years. And I remember that I used to pray a lot, and hoping that he would get better. And then after about 2 years, he left his body and was about 17 years of age. But I was, now when I see it with the wisdom of now, with the greater understanding of now, I realize, it opened such a door in my life, because I realized that I wanted to find out the true purpose of life. being faced with
Right.
such a powerful experience when I was so young, and it all started when I was about 15 years of age. I wanted to find out so much more. And then I remember that I came across a book that spoke about reincarnation. And,
Reincarnation,
and
yes.
that was it. I was hooked. I said, that's it.
Right. So there you go. And then suddenly you're on this Eastern philosophy. At the same time, you're learning about these Western meditation methods and all sorts of things. And amazing. And
then from there, I remember that I started going to so many spiritual centers. I started traveling. I found some great spiritual teachers who taught me a lot. And that was it. I said, the purpose of my life is to find what I see in some of these wonderful teachers I've met. And some of them were very, very old. I remember once I met a spiritual teacher who was about 105 years of age.
Wow, you're a lucky person.
She was really, really happy and very radiant, a lot of energy. And I remember I was talking to her students, and I remember me saying, wow, she must have had such a wonderful life because she's so happy over time.
Yeah.
And then they've been sharing with me what kind of hurdles that she had to face. And I was like, oh my God, how is this possible?
Yes, how do people go through such challenges and obstacles in life and still remain happy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And she was like so vibrant, so full of strength, such a core strength. And I remember that I was very young, and I used to think, people of my own age are finding it so difficult.
I'm sure, but you are always so happy, and I've known you for a little while, sometime, quite a little while now, and
Yes.
all this time I've known you, you're always happy, you're always really great, you're always helping people transform positively, and you run your online workshops, and you also do personal readings like soul readings, etc. Tell us a little bit, because I know you're very much into these karmic patterns that we talk about. You share that the fact that a lot of people have lots of obstacles in life, or the way they react to these karmic patterns. You need to understand what these karmic patterns are to be able to live a more happier life. Tell us a little bit, how do they manifest in your life? How do these karmic patterns manifest in people's lives?
That's such a beautiful question, honey. And it's so, straightforward, straight to the point, which is, I had teachers who, been always so straightforward, and it's been absolutely amazing. And karmic patterns are so important because we all come here with lessons to learn, and there's lessons that can arise from our experiences when we were much younger, when we were growing up, cultural and family related, and so many of these kind of very personal issues as well. And then but also from previous lives, because whichever level we are at this moment, when we leave the body, we are going to bring this same level onto our next life. So I always say to people, it's so important to invest in yourself, to invest in your own inner peace, because that inner peace and that self-love that you got towards yourself is so important, because it stays with you, not just for this life, which is essential to live a happy life, a joyful life, but it stays with you for a very long time indeed. And karmic patterns.
But may I ask something before you carry on, Andrew? Some people may say, first of all, some people who may not believe in karma, etc., they may say, how do we know that this is the case? What if it's just people who've just been born out of, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I know, because there's no explanation how people could just be born with different personality traits and different types of challenges and things in their lives. But, how do we explain that these karmic patterns are real? How do we know that? Is there any scientific proof to say karma exists?
Because so often people are stuck in very similar situations, and it happens so often that you may leave a job, and then you draw a very similar environment, or people sometimes leave their partner because the relationship is not working, and then they attract something very similar. And that is the greatest proof that karmic patterns are there, because you keep drawing to yourself exactly the same experience.
Ah, right. That's a very interesting point, that when people experience these similar things over and over again, it's like a pattern. And it's not coming out until you don't learn something from that. You'll keep experiencing the same pattern. But as soon as you've learned that lesson, it moves and you move on. It's like you've been graduated. So now it's something else that comes through, right? Absolutely, yes, I get that. This is really good. And how do you start experiencing these karmic patterns in this life, and how do you know you've cleared them, and how does it all work, because you're an expert in this field?
It's simple, you know. Everything is it's important to keep everything very simple. I remember that when I started on the path, I was always shown very simple methods, and I always believed that something, in order for something to work, it had to be kind of difficult. So maybe at the beginning, I was like trying different tools, different things, you know, to progress on the spiritual journey, different techniques, I should say. And then when they didn't work, I went back to maybe what I was told, which was something very simple to apply in my everyday life. And every time I did that, it always worked. So I actually learned it on myself. Keep it simple, you know, less is more. And it's a beautiful saying that we got in England, but it really applies to spirituality.
I'm going to have to learn that, because I don't know why it always gets so complicated. So maybe we could try this way as well, and try this way as well. Let's add this bit in there, and that add this bit in there. And you probably say, take this out, let's stick to this bit. So it's completely the other way. So yeah, so keep it simple is a very, very good advice to people, that whatever they're doing in life. But how do they apply this principle in their everyday life?
Having been on the path, and because I kind of been working with different faiths as well, organizing different things for interfaith, I've noticed that sometimes people are kind of drawn to this kind of belief where they practice, for example, meditation, and they practice for hours and hours and hours. And then sometimes they can become really quite, there's like an intensity behind it, you know, and it becomes such a hard chore. And so I say, no, then, you know, stop there, you know, that is not the idea.
Yeah, don't torture yourself.
Yes, don't torture yourself.
Yeah, don't torture yourself. Oh, I have to meditate. But you're not doing anything but just sitting there yeah, I understand.
Absolutely. Yes. So you basically, you keep it very simple, and you just apply in your everyday life, and a very, very simple tool, very simple things that you can do, which you know, I teach in my own workshops, in my own programs, in my own talks, and it's basically life. It is so simple. We make it so complicated, but truly, even the spiritual path is actually so simple. And for me, what we always do, even with my students, the most important thing is your relationship with yourself. You have to learn to develop this beautiful relationship. And that's why it's so important to release the karmic patterns, because sometimes people find it very difficult to like themselves. Sometimes they find it very difficult to love themselves, and then so we have to work on a very deep level, sometimes you know, group work, sometimes individually, to see where this difficulty in loving yourself comes from. And then it is so important that you, when you start to understand the source of why you are finding it difficult, what is the block, what is the karmic pattern that you're holding on to, which is stopping you from loving yourself? Then when you become aware of that, awareness is such a powerful healing tool, because as soon as you become aware of it, as soon as you start to be able to see it, to recognize it in yourself, things start to shift. And that is such a powerful healing way to heal yourself, which is so simple. And it's done through awareness, through soul consciousness meditation,
So,
and building a lovely relationship with yourself.
So this is relationship that you talk about with yourself, right? I mean, of course, I can wake up every morning, look at the mirror and say, I love myself. I'm amazing.
Not so simple.
It's like, oh my God, that's again. That's gone round again. Oh my God, I'm experiencing the same thing again. How do I deal with this? Yeah. So, I mean, how does this connect? Because I even if I love myself so much and I think I'm the best thing since sliced bread, how do we implement that in everyday life? How does it make a change in our everyday life?
Yes, because sometimes there are these conditioning that we carry within ourselves, and most of the times they are subconscious. So we are not aware, and we are carry on living our lives in an automatic gear. So we always act and respond to situation in the same way according to these karmic patterns that we are holding within. And only when we become aware of this, we start to realize, hey, hold on a second. I'm feeling this way. Why am I feeling this way? Maybe that is the reason why I'm feeling this way. And then when you start to bring that deeper understanding about yourself, or why sometimes there is such an automatic reaction to feel and to respond to situation, in always with that emotional response, then when you start, you hold yourself, you say, stop there. What is happening within me? And then you start to change the way you are perceiving yourself, the way you view yourself. And then you start to build such a different relationship. And I use this metaphor, many times. You say that you go out for a nice walk to the park, or you are in a busy city and you sit down on the bench, you look out at the beautiful landscape, you sit on the bench in a busy city, and then you just close your eyes. What are the thoughts that are going on in your head? What is the relationship that you got with yourself? And so often on the spiritual path, so many people I have met, they talk about having no thought. Good luck with that, because it's impossible. As human beings, we have like 50,000 thoughts, in a day alone. It is impossible. So instead of kind of forcing yourself or try not to think, which is a very natural and human things to do, which is very beautiful, change your thoughts that you have towards sweet thoughts, towards beautiful thoughts.
Right.
And every time you close your eyes and you got these lovely thoughts about the way you feel about yourself, it becomes like honey. It becomes like,
did you just say about me? I got excited there.
It becomes like really nectar, because you have this beautiful relationship where you become even your own best friends.
That's actually a really beautiful thing that you're saying, because it's so important. I know that it's so simple, yet it's so profound, and it's so complicated actually to know yourself in a way. But you have this simple method of doing simple soul consciousness meditations where you start being able to connect with yourself, with your inner being, being able to understand who you are as a person, and also bring out the best of yourself out. Is that right? I mean, of course, we're going to talk about that very shortly. Here comes a little bit about, you also say, be one with the divine and know who you are. Your peaceful mind, your loving heart, and your kind deeds heal humanity. What really beautiful words you have said that. They're just right there on the screen. And of course, people can find these on your website, which is andreakarani.com. But what made you write those words? What is it that we can do for each one of us to bring out that essence?
Well, maybe we can try now. If everyone who is here at this moment, you just close your eyes for a few seconds. And as you close your eyes,
let me see if I can ask Riddhi as well to join me, because she's pretty cool like this. She's a yoga practitioner herself. She'll probably really get into this one. Riddhi, may I request for you to come and join us so we can try this meditation, and it'll be wonderful to find out from you what you felt. Yeah, so come and join us. If you're on the screen, then come onto the screen as well if you can.
So just close your eyes and see what is the feeling at this moment. Just bring your attention within your own heart center. And what is the feeling that you feel towards yourself? Does it bring a smile on your face? Does it bring up some kind of pain from somewhere? Or you are very at ease? And now you just open your eyes just after you have had that very short experience of what you feel within your own heart.
Wow.
And so
yes.
This is so simple, okay, very practical.
Yeah.
And when you are with yourself, that intimate relationship with yourself, okay, if you feel that sometimes there are, I talk from what I've seen working with a lot of people, sometimes there is that kind of feeling of being downtrodden or beaten up, or, you know, there can be a sadness, sometimes there can be anger, sometimes there can be frustration, something which cannot be expressed. There are so many different emotions which are part of being a human being. Yeah. So when all these emotions always originate from some patterns that we are carrying within. Once we bring that deep healing, that deeper acceptance of who we are, when our heart center becomes more and more expanded, and it becomes lighter and lighter and lighter. And then when we close our eyes again, you feel that great softness, that great acceptance of your heart. And that is such a beautiful feeling. And I always say in my work, is that what is more valuable than self-love? What is more valuable than having a better, beautiful relationship with yourself? Because you're with yourself all the time.
Yes, and if you indirectly not like yourself, let's say if you're feeling guilty or you know, angry or jealous or whatever it is,
yes.
These thoughts will definitely be shaping the way you are, the vibrations that you give out to others, and all these other things, and it changes your relationships with people, your decisions that you make, your actions that you take. So many things like that, isn't it? And even the thoughts, if they're very poisonous thoughts, let's call them, you know, the negative thoughts, they're not good for your body physiologically.
And then there is this feeling of lack, okay, because you are seeking that love. And then what people do, then they look for that love from somebody else, from a partner. Yeah. And of course, okay, it's wonderful, but then all of a sudden it can be challenged because that other person may also have something that they are trying to overcome and release. So it has to come from within. And then when it's coming from within yourself, that beautiful feeling of self-acceptance, then when you are in a relationship, it's so much more beautiful. Because what you are seeking to be filled is already coming from within yourself.
Yeah, when you're full yourself, full of happiness, you're not looking for happiness anywhere else. If you're full of love and joy, then you're not looking for love and joy everywhere else. And if somebody could not deliver that, it doesn't matter, because you're full of love and joy anyway.
And we can keep it very simple. Like, we all know friendship is such a wonderful gift in life. You know, we all know when you go out with your friends, you just have a cup of tea with your friend. We're here in England. I don't know, maybe in other countries, maybe different.
Tea, afternoon tea. Yes.
And you go out and just have time with your friend. Isn't it such a beautiful time? Somebody you trust. And imagine to have that relationship with yourself.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah? And you know, you're just having that space with you every day. And then when you even go and make your friends, it's even going to be richer, because you feel that richness within.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what spirituality is, to bring that filled sense of richness within your own life, within your own heart. And then, of course, you're going to be uplifting places wherever you go, because you are feeling that happiness. And the world is so desperate for love, for kindness, and for happiness as well.
Yes, that's absolutely very true, isn't it? There's so much love, kindness required to be given in the world. And
Yes.
if we became bitter and frustrated and angry,
And
then
also,
we are part
see,
of that. We're part of the problem. There are so
and
many
see
people
that if you
requiring
do
that.
experience these kind of feelings, don't be hard with yourself. It's human, it's normal. We all have experienced these feelings from time to time. Feeling
Right.
rejected, feeling unwanted, feeling not worthy.
Yes.
It's very much part of being a human being. And
Right.
that
But
is
how do
what
people
spiritual
overcome that?
development is.
Yeah, how do people overcome those kinds of feelings? Because if there are people out there who are feeling needy, feeling unwanted, feeling,
Yes.
there could be some of those kinds of feelings that people are trying to clear from within themselves. Or they may have been through very traumatic situations that are affecting their thinking, or whatever it is, a behavior of some sort. Psychologically, they've been affected. Whatever the case is, how do they clear those lovely, those bad feelings and add those lovely feelings? What can they do for that?
Through meditation.
Okay.
That's so important. It is because meditation is a kind of surrendering and a deep letting go. So when you advance in meditation, advance is kind of a tricky word to use because, okay, let's say this way, that the more experience you are in meditation, the more you realize that meditation is a natural state of yourself. So it's just letting go of all those things that you're holding on to and just realize that you are okay just as you are.
That's a very nice one. You're okay just the way you are right now with the place you are at this moment.
People find it so difficult because they carry all these emotional blocks, sometimes traumas, sometimes conditioning, and then they think that there is something in them which is not enough. And spirituality, the spiritual path, the spiritual journey actually brings you this deep realization that it isn't like that.
Right.
And then you start to really accept yourself on such a deep level, which is so freeing. And then your soul can come forward. And the soul has got all those beautiful qualities that everyone seeks.
Right.
But it can only be done by, I know that sometimes people say things such as invest in yourself, invest your time in yourself. You are the most important thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And when you speak about this side as well, this is very beautiful what you're saying. How do people meditate and what actually happens? Why does this change take place? Because people who meditate regularly will always find changes take place. They become more peaceful, they become less irritated, they're doing nothing except just sit there for half an hour or say a few mantras and just sit there quietly. Whatever the case is, what takes place in their lives that helps to change and create such profound change, and what makes them connect with their inner self?
I do once a week online meditation, and anyone who is interested, just follow the links that Hani is sharing already, and you're able to find me. And in these meditations, we do a lot of work on the heart center. Yeah, and what we do, we expand the heart center. There is so much power within the heart. There is so much love within our own heart. And I always find that the heart is such a powerhouse. And through the heart, we can bring all the healings that we need. Sometimes when you try to do meditation by yourself, it's brilliant. But what I hear most of the times that is very difficult because you're always faced with a lot of thoughts coming to your mind. And that is always the greatest challenge.
Yes.
Especially as we all know, social media, mobile phones, computers.
Yeah.
So our mind is just like
yes, I think just a quick little check. One eye open there, come back again, right? I understand. No, but it is true because your attention keeps going, right? So I'm a regular meditator, so I understand that you can also go into very good deep meditations. But I also started meditating when it was difficult. And then you had to keep going. And then suddenly after a short while, it becomes so easy. It becomes effortless and it becomes so good and so much fun that you don't even want to sometimes come out of your meditation because you're enjoying the bliss so much. So, but that part where you have to go through that little bit where you have to control your body to sit in one place and train yourself to do that.
I always found out that I needed somebody to help me who had more experience. I think, but doing it by yourself is really, really difficult, because the mind is very clever and you try to hold on as much as possible. Because when you go into that deep experience of meditation, you were just sharing, honey, as you very well know, there is this kind of a letting go process that you have to go through. So the mind is always trying to hold on, and there is this fear of the mind to just let go. But as the soul comes forward and you become stronger in that self-belief, you are allowing yourself to surrender, and that's when you start to experience the blissfulness that is within all people.
Right, that surrender part that you speak about. I know my Guruji, my spiritual master, also speaks about these things, right? They're like a teacher. They say that you have to surrender and you have to let go.
I remember when I was doing a lot of practice myself, it's very common, and a lot of people probably have experienced that, but you get a beautiful experience of blissfulness, and then your mind starts to get excited and think, oh, I'm getting a lovely experience. And as soon as you start thinking and getting a lovely experience, the experience is kind of running away from you.
Right. So your mental mind chatter comes into it when you were actually just experiencing and just being. Suddenly you start doing, like thinking again and saying, why did I think that? Oh, wasn't that fantastic? Well, oh my God, that's gone now. That feeling. Yes. So your mental chatter comes on board at that moment in time. But actually, if you just let yourself be wherever you are, just be aware. Awareness is different to starting to think and to analyze. Yeah, that's the difference. Something where you're aware, just being aware, and one thing is where you're actually analyzing. So why am I thinking this? So why did that happen? So that's the difference, right?
Yeah, and that is the surrender, where you're getting that lovely experience and you don't allow yourself to. You just, the soul kind of take over the personality. The soul kind of takes over the ego, we got different names, and then you go into that deeper silence, which is beyond words, and you get that experience of that divinity which is within all people. And once you get a little taste of that, that's it. There is no going back there.
There's no I know, but you find that everybody who meditates regularly, they'll never want to not meditate, and nowadays even NHS, and there are so many mental health issues, and there are so many other things, or even on a spiritual front, so many different paths of how to grow spiritually. Each one is fine for that individual, depending on what suits them, what they find more interesting. But each one will also have some kind of meditation added onto that path somehow for it. And you have a special path, which you have a special soul meditation that you teach. You also do soul readings. What is the difference? Because you just spoke about the soul meditation where you expand the heart and help to take the person through a particular journey. But what does soul readings mean as well, apart from soul meditation?
So reading is a very individual and unique experience where I connect with your soul, and then together, as we talk, it helps to bring a lot of clarity and a lot of inner peace. And basically with the soul reading, we are going to look at your patterns that you are carrying within yourself, most of the times without being aware of. Yeah, and it brings so much goodness, because all of a sudden you become aware of, that's what it is. Oh, that is why this is happening to me. Right. And then that realization starts to bring such a big change, because I'm seeing it more and more, and I'm very grateful for that. A lot of people who come to me for my work, they're always coming to the end of a chapter.
And what do you mean by end of the chapter?
They come to a
and they're really having problems,
or something big about their past, and it's always like a new chapter, a new beginning, something new coming into their lives. It's like bringing healing of to the past wounds, or to kind of anything that people were carrying, and then it is like new realizations and a new beginning, a new dawn, a new opening, and for that I'm really, really grateful.
Oh, lovely. So you do some soul readings, you connect with somebody's soul, you're able to read their karmic patterns, and then of course guide them along, like, you know, whatever you feel, and you're very
It's kind of
intuitive.
there's like in interactions, and we just talk, so it's done in a very, you know, easy way. I do it on Zoom, which is perfect because I can connect with people, you know, whichever country we're in, which is amazing. So it's using the technology for our best advantage, and then it's a very personal experience. It's very difficult to put it into words. Sometimes it's so much easier to experience it, you know, and feel that, and then you have that experience within your own soul, within your own heart.
Yes, no, that's amazing, because you're very intuitive, very, you know, very strong psychic abilities there, you know, because you kind of go with the flow and you start picking up things about the person, and then you start sharing and you start guiding them as well on the right, and you know, on the right path. And it's very, very accurate many of the times that you find that, oh yeah, that's true, oh my God, yes. So you're very intuitive like that. So when you do that, how can this help with meditation and yoga, for example? How can people who are into a path where they're interested in meditation and yoga and want to develop themselves spiritually using the path of meditation and yoga, how can these kinds of services support them?
It's vital, because it's like a platform, you know, when you do like even your yoga practice, or when you do your meditation, it is so important that you have cleared so many things about yourself. And I'm going to give a very practical example people will be able to relate to, especially for people who are more used to meditation. Very often, sometimes it happens that you got a very like a nice experience of inner peace, and a lot of yoga practitioners as well, they can get that, and then all of a sudden they can't hold on to that, and it kind of escapes you. And then people say, oh, you know, it was so lovely. Why is that? Because unless you've come to that deeper self-acceptance of who you are on every single level, and knowing that you are okay just as you are, then what happens, and you have cleared all those subconscious conditionings that you're carrying within yourself, when you have that experience of inner peace, then you can deepen your experience, because you're moving more and more into that space, because it's like it's clear for you to move forward. But as soon as you start to move into that kind of soul awareness, unless you have resolved all these issues within yourself, the mind will always pull you back, because these emotions start to arise within yourself. Because when you're moving into light consciousness, the light brings everything up, because it has to come up in order to be cleared. And that's why people go for healing, people have individual sessions, people go for retreats, because the light body, all the patterns within have to be cleared. And the more you clear it, the more you invest in yourself, the more you are able to hold on to those beautiful experiences, to the point where one day you don't even have to sit down and meditate, but meditate just happens to you. So if you go for a nice walk in the park, if you're having it, can I be very English? If you have a nice cup of tea.
An English breakfast or an Earl Grey. Yes, absolutely.
And you are so present. Sorry, I'm going to share one of my weaknesses. I love hot chocolate. Sorry, I said it.
Oh, come out with it. Come out with the more. Yeah, come out with more secrets.
Okay. So if you are just drinking it and your mind is totally present, and you're saying, I'm really enjoying this. Okay, that is meditation.
Yes. So you're fully present. You're fully present. Whatever you're doing, you're fully
everything
present.
you're doing. There is a totality, which is wonderful, because when you're working, then you're also working with that totality. When you're resting with that totality. So your mind is fully present in every task that you undertake. And that is so freeing because you can just be yourself. And so
and I'm sure more productive as well, because when you're working and you're fully
much
present
more
with whatever
energy.
you do, even when you're talking to somebody, you're not just listening and thinking, what did you say? La, la, la. You're actually fully present, listening to them, feeling their energies, feeling what they're feeling. So you're, having a really strong, deep communication because you're fully present. Or like you said, cooking, or you're making your hot chocolate and tasting your hot chocolate, instead of just quickly gulping it down, ready for your next, run for the bus or something. You enjoy that taste.
I think it's very relevant. I'm going to put Hani on the spot here.
Yeah, tell me. Oh my God, I'm on the spot. Go for it.
We can see, for example, Hani, you are such a good communicator. Okay.
Oh well, yes, thank you.
But it's very interesting because we can. I find it very difficult to express myself. Yeah, when I was younger, because my own life experiences, and I wanted to develop my own ability to express myself from a deeper part of me and being very straightforward, which is what I love doing now. But when I meet people, I see that a lot of times, even in life, people sometimes they feel something, but they find it very difficult to express it. They feel something and they find it very difficult to say. Yeah. Why? Why?
Yes, why? Why is that? Come on, because sometimes we do think, oh God, how do I say this to someone?
If you are feeling it, that surely enough is worthy enough for you to be able to express it. Because if you are feeling it, then it is so important. Because otherwise
that's right.
you wouldn't
We
have
are
that
important
feeling within you. And so often when these feelings arise within people and you're feeling something, a lot of times people are not saying it. And why are you not saying it? And then from not expressing it, it comes resentment. From not expressing it, it comes up anger and frustration and all these feelings.
Yes.
And what you learn on the spiritual journey, that you become so free, but you can't contain anything anymore.
Oh my God, I was like that. Everybody stopped me. They said, you shouldn't be saying everything to everybody. You shouldn't be. And I'm saying, I love being open. And they said, don't be so open with everyone. And people in this world, they try to contain you and they say, don't be so open. And you naturally that way, actually.
It's wonderful. And I find that sometimes I was having a breakfast with some friends this morning. And sometimes I say things even before I think them. And then I say to myself, oh, I'm really grateful. And that's how it should be.
Yes.
No,
but I love this.
All this kind of self-imposed limitation where people are thinking something, should I say, should I not say? That's not how we're supposed to live. We are all beautiful and unique in our own ways. And I invite everyone here just to say to yourself at this moment that you are beautiful and unique, just the way you are. And there is no one on the planet.
Stop telling yourself that.
There is no one on the planet, 7.5 billion people, who is like you.
Oh gosh, like me, okay. Yes.
Like you, individually, every single one of you, every single one who is listening, every single one on the planet. Is that not a reason big enough for you to give true value to the way that you are feeling, to what you want to express, to what you want to say? If people like it, it's fine. If they don't like it, it's still okay.
If they like it, that's great. If they don't like it, well, I'm sorry.
You owe it to yourself. And where people go wrong, sometimes they bottle it, and then they explode and it comes out in the wrong way. It comes out with anger, and then it creates more problem. But when you got that deep self-love for yourself, when you express yourself, you do it from a place of such a self-love, which comes out with the right vibration, because you are saying, but this is the way I feel.
Absolutely.
And when it comes out with that vibration, where the people respond in such a different way, and that brings such a freedom into your life.
I can see you're so passionate about this.
Practical spirituality. So meditation is not, I think, it's shifting now. People always believe that meditation was okay to find that divine sparkle within you and to distress. But meditation is so much more. Meditation is to become free on every single level. in your relationship, in your work, in your personal relationship, in relationship where you got with yourself, in the way that you interact.
Absolutely. Do you know what, Andrea? This is something very, very powerful you've shared. And I think so important. And then I think even more than anything else that we try to learn, etc., this I think should come number one for everybody, because if until you don't learn to love yourself and to be able to express yourself and to be able to connect with people on a very deep level, because you're not connected with people through your communication, you can't really do anything, because whether you're working in your company, you're working with staff members and other team members, whether you're in family, you've got family members, whether you're going to be a politician, you have to speak to members of parliament or whatever it is. There's always that expression, but if you do it with love, with self-love, with self-confidence and things, it's so important. You can do so much more. Let me ask, and let me see if I can bring Riddhi in. And see, now it's our interrogation time, dear Andrea.
Yes.
So we're going to ask a few questions. If you still have some time, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Let's ask Riddhi, and then we can maybe move on to Lataji as well. Riddhi, any questions that you have, any burning questions or anything you would like to share with Andrea with his wonderful information that he shared?
I just want to say that was really fantastically well done. It's so true that sometimes we just end up bottling up our feelings and we don't communicate it. And when we do communicate it, we communicate it the wrong way. Absolutely, because of everything stuck down at the bottom, and it just becomes no one's listening, or my voice isn't being heard, or there's a problem here. But actually, maybe it is just about taking a step back and seeing things from a bird's eye view. Maybe it is just about actually seeing the bigger picture, seeing the wood from the trees, and being able to communicate that in the right way when it actually happens, as opposed to this whole cause and effect, reaction and action and reaction that keeps going on. Maybe it's just about being fully present in the moment. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Yes, and value yourself. Self-worth is true power.
Yeah, true. I like that. Self-worth is true power. That's a good one. Everyone listening, self-worth is true power, because you can do many things in the world because of that power that you have yourself. That is absolutely lovely. Thank you, Riddhi. What a beautiful message you shared there. And Lata, hello, Lataji. How are you? A global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you all. Everyone here once again working so beautifully in what's the word?
In unity yes. As a family.
Unity and
yes.
Connecting.
Connecting. Yes, tell us, do you have any questions about Andrea? Andrea had some lovely things he shared today. Is there anything that you would like to perhaps ask?
So many questions.
Go on, fire. Go on, interrogate him. Let's see if
the previous person speaking about Atma and Bhakti and all those aspects, there was a lot that you said connected with that as well, to find yourself and self-care and self-love. I think that realization in life is so key and vital. I think everybody needs to be taught this at schools, because, we don't know the inner part of ourselves, how to take care of ourselves. It's just the external, isn't it? And the visible elements that we see, food, clothing, shelter. But there's so much more, isn't there? That, we go and say our prayers, but why are we saying it? What is the outcome we want from that? And these are the powerful lessons that people like yourself are helping us to connect and make sense of what we hear here, there, and make the connections. And it's making a lot of sense. But there are a lot of questions. Why are people so negative in this world and so destructive? And whilst we're sat here, trying to do some wonderful things and contemplate and meditate on wonderful things, why are some people doing the opposite to harm us?
Lata, if I say your name right, are you positive?
I'm very positive, yeah, at times.
If you are very positive,
He's a human. He's a human.
On its Sunday,
She's just a human. Yeah,
if
she's
you are
just
very positive, yeah,
on a Sunday,
you
yes.
must remember that you are helping the whole world. You are helping the whole world. You are helping to raise world consciousness. You are helping to raise world vibration just with your positive mindset. The rest of the world, it doesn't matter, because the world is made by individual, such as yourself, Reedy, and everyone else who is here, and everyone around the planet. We make up the world. So as long as we are aware of ourselves and we keep our mind positive at all times, yeah, then the world has already become much more positive.
Yes, very true. One step at a time.
When everybody's throwing things at you, you know. And what about the spirit when we die? Where does it go? How does the bhakti, or is it what the atma you're supposed to say?
I've done a beautiful program for moms in South America and Peru who all lost their child, and we were talking about that. There's some very, very beautiful souls. And it's incredible, the interactions, you know, people, when they leave the body, they just move on to the astral level. But if you are really attuned, especially when you're advanced in meditation on the spiritual journey, the interactions is just like crazy. You become aware of how the two worlds are intertwined. You know, it's incredible. It's really beautiful. Normally, when people leave their bodies, they always go to this big hall of learnings where they have to look back at their own journey. That's why it is so important to invest in your spiritual development. So when it comes for us to leave the body, we already seen so much about ourselves. Because when we do wrong here, when you move into the spirit world, you can't come back and change it. So it is so important to do the best we can, you know, that we deal with those situations with love and kindness. And when we leave such a beautiful legacy behind. And then when people move into the hollow learnings, they see even their own mistakes. And sometimes they are so eager to come back and reincarnate because they want to pay off whatever debts they have to pay, and they want to carry on learning. And we keep it to the positive, because this is always the best way of doing it.
Oh, that's so lovely. I like that positive thing. Yeah. Like I was telling you, and I don't know everything about you, but I mean, like my dad always said, God, you've never worry about it. You know, we in our Asian families, we say you have to worry about things. You have to stress. You have to, you know, make sure that you are very responsible, you know, like for certain things, but worry about things. So I'm like, la, 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 la. So my dad's always saying, God, you've got no stress in the world. You just give stress to everyone else. Well, you've got no stress.
That's exactly it, though, isn't it? Because when we actually end up bottling that stress up, we're causing tension, we're causing distress in our own bodies, we're causing illness. We're actually doing it to ourselves, but we don't realize it. We're not aware that that's the karmic pattern that's actually going on. But all of that stress is just lowering our prana. It's lowering what we're able to then give from a pure place. So by actually becoming aware of it, it's the first step to start to fix it. Is that right, Andrea?
It's perfect.
Oh, Andrea likes that one. So Andrea, thank you, Riddhi. That was really, really good. That was really lovely little message there. But you know, Andrea, you do all 9 courses as well. You mentioned a little earlier, so people can actually learn about this. What do they learn actually? What do they do in that course? I mean, like you have like an online course about
on Udemy, and there is at the end the soul consciousness meditation. It's about 11 minutes long, so it's just the right amount of time so you can practice it, you know, daily. And then you will get a lot of benefit, because obviously we're trying to increase that sense, the deep sense of inner peace, and then that inner peace start to kind of enter different areas of your life. And it's a bit like Lata, you know, Lata was talking about the world. If you are able to keep positive ourselves, then the whole world really becomes very positive.
Yes.
Because what we see on the outside is always reflections within ourselves. So Lata was saying that you are able to keep positive most of the times, which is fantastic. You're doing a great service. If you are able to keep positive like all of the time, then you will start to realize that there is so much goodness in the world.
Yeah. There is something there which you just hit upon, Andrea, and they say the world without is without you inside you, and what you have inside you is what you will find in the outside world every time.
Yes. Yes.
So I don't know how they say that, but it's like whatever you know and you feel is what you keep experiencing in your outer world.
So many people talk about, you know, world peace and all this wonderful idea, which is amazing. But it is so important to seek inner peace, because the outer world is only a reflection of what is going inside within all of us. So if you are developing yourself spiritually and you are increasing your sense of inner peace, yeah, you must always keep in mind that you are helping the whole world to become a better place.
Yes, that's
There is
nice.
so much power within the individual. And of course, the power of prayer.
Oh, yes, the power of prayer as well.
Individual prayer is so incredibly powerful. And that's something we can talk about another time, as this is about meditation. But you are so powerful. That's what you have to realize. As a human being, you are so incredibly powerful. And even if you watch the news, and sometimes the news is like, oh my God, know that you got so much power in you to create such a positive impact to the rest of the world. Just realize how much you can do.
They say that if you feel a butterfly's flapping, like they say something about that, and they say you can actually create a thunderstorm or some kind of a storm on another part of the world. It can also happen the same way, that you can have a little prayer that you would have said that could be so said in such a sincere manner that that's got so much power that it actually creates that in reality somewhere else.
One candle flame can lit up the whole room.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So,
Yeah. Well,
Lata, you can be the candle flame, and you are lighting up the whole world.
Oh, she is our lovely little candle flame there. So yeah, we're actually Healing Our Earth. I have to say, Andrea, what do you think about a platform such as Healing Our Earth? What are your thoughts on that? Because they bring these kinds of programs to help to educate, to transform lives, etc. Of course, today's was about meditation and yoga. We've had integrated health, Ayurveda, women's empowerment. We've had many different types of topics. But what's your thoughts on a platform such as this?
I think the work you're doing is very important, because you are connecting, and connecting is so vital for the next level of human evolution. There is going to be such a massive shift of consciousness in the coming years. Massive. We're all going to be amazed by, you know, the changes that are coming into this world. And things such as what you are doing is vital, yeah, to expand awareness throughout so many different countries, so that people realize more and more our oneness, that we're all brothers and sisters, that we're all connected.
That's really powerful what you just said, of course. Yeah, because you talked about there's going to be a big shift taking place in consciousness. And Riddhi, you come from a nice meditation, yoga background as well. And we know this, that we always talk about this consciousness change. What will happen when this consciousness shifts? And is that the reason why there's a lot of interest in meditation, spirituality, yoga, and things like that? Why do you think there's, and is that the reason? And what will happen when there's a big shift?
I keep it very short and straight to the point. This is the time like never before to invest in your own personal development, in your own personal growth. There is such a wave behind coming from the core of the universe to facilitate this shift of consciousness, because the time we're living in is incredible. And that's why so many things are happening in the world. Okay, so for people who are wise enough to say, okay, I'm not going to miss out on this incredible, powerful wave of light, yeah, this wave is going to transport you to a completely different level of your own perception of life. Because this is what spirituality is all about, the spiritual journey, is to bring happiness in your everyday life. That is the ultimate, where you feel so much joyful within your own heart because you are able to connect, you are able to express, you are able to be yourself. And that is the greatest gift of all.
Oh, wow. That's I love the greatest gift of all. That's wonderful, Andrea. Thank you so much for that. I have one more lady who's joined us, and I think it's Lakshmi Vyas. And she's a really amazing lady. She's also very much into yoga and meditation herself. I would love to invite her to join us here on the panel discussion. Hello, Lakshmi ji. Is a global namaste to you?
Global namaste.
We've been chatting, and I know that we've had a fantastic, lovely outing together with a group of friends with Healing Our Earth. Maybe we can share a bit about that later. But Lakshmi ji, we've just been talking about meditation and yoga, and I hope you had a chance to listen to Andrea talking about self-love, how important it is to be able to appreciate ourselves, to be peaceful within ourselves, etc. Are there any questions from your side that you may wish to ask Andrea, or any messages?
Yes, definitely. I was listening to the last bit of whatever Andrea was speaking. So yes, one of the things that I agree with him is, you have to like yourself. You have to be confident within yourself, and you have to say that, no, I can do this. This sort of a feeling, if you have, you can go ahead and you trust yourself and within yourself. And yoga, for example, it helps me to actually go through the entire body and see which part of my body is weak, which part of my body is not working, and so many other nuances in the breathing system. So with this sort of a confidence, and with this sort of a feeling that you have, you can really face the world much more easily, and you also are more content than anyone else, because you are your own doctor, sort of a thing.
That is so beautiful, so nice. Yeah, you are your own doctor. I like that, because actually we have all the healing methods within ourselves, like thinking positive thoughts, doing good work, staying happy. Everything we do ourselves can have a profound effect on our physiology, like you mentioned. And of course, being what you mentioned about being that kind of person. Andrea, what is any feedback from that comment?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. What I would like to add to it, but in my own personal experience, as I've had some incredible spiritual teachers, I always find out that you always need somebody to be able to make those shifts within yourself. Sometimes people to practice affirmation and things of this nature, which is wonderful, but unless you got that shift of energy from within, it's very difficult to do it by yourself. Because even if the intention is there, you need that just extra help, that extra push, which is done on an energetical level. In my work, I also use flowers therapy, which is really beautiful. And I just want to reconnect to something that Vriti was saying earlier on about the emotional well-being, which is so important, because it's so true. If our emotions are okay, our body is so much stronger. And in my work, sometimes we also use this flower therapies, which is a vibrational healing, and which helps to heal the emotions. And when the emotion becomes more peaceful, the body becomes so much stronger. So
right, that's beautiful.
What Ridi was saying, it was really, really spot on.
Following on from that, I had a following up question, which was, when we actually face those kinds of limiting adjuncts in life that are causing resistance, but we don't quite know what that resistance is, what would you say to somebody that's experiencing that situation?
that's what we do in the soul guidance readings. In the soul guidance reading, we're actually going to look exactly at the trigger. Because people, unless you got somebody who is pointing it to you, it's so difficult because it's so automatic in you, it's so normal. Yeah. But how can you recognize something which is normal to you? You need somebody from the outside, like Annie, you were talking about the kind of the bigger picture earlier on.
Yeah.
And so if you got somebody who is pointing it to you and one with that vibration, then you're going to see, I can see it. I recognize it within myself. But how can you recognize something which to you is the ordinary?
You
It's
can't see your own
impossible.
blind spots.
Yes, it's very difficult. I always needed somebody like who had that kind of insight to guide me. And I had some amazing spiritual teachers, always, always, always. Yeah. To do it by yourself, yes. I was probably putting a lot of effort because I always invested in myself. For me, it was very important the way I felt about me, but I always needed that extra help. And that's what we do with the soul readings. It's a very intimate experience with yourself for yourself.
So how
And
does
then you go
That's
like,
very
meditation work? I'm
I
so
get it.
intrigued by this one.
Yeah. Oh, you think I'm intrigued? Well, Riddhi, you know where to go. And of course, anybody interested, then you know you can go off to Andrea. I'm sure he'll be amazing. And he is very good, by the way. So, but I was going to come back to Lata in a minute. I'm coming to you in a minute. Lakshmiji, you were mentioning about many things, but you come, of course, being a president of the Hindu Forum and the European Hindu Forum, etc. What would you say about this meditation, yoga? We finding people from non-Asian backgrounds coming on board to really support meditation and teach meditation, share knowledge about this, and also understand about karma and all things that have been taught in our Vedic scriptures. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes. As yoga meditation has become, it's a word of fashion these days. It's become, oh, I do yoga, I do meditation. I mean, what exactly they do is really something which we have to probe into. But you definitely need a guru to teach you how to do a meditation or how to do pranayama or the breathing system, etc. Without a guru, you may not be very successful because the guru monitors you. So I had also learned yoga, Iyengar yoga, under the guru himself, the main person. I mean, he was very tough. He used to, if you don't do properly, he used to give a pat also on your, I mean, not a pat, a sort of a hit on the knees, or he used to beat
properly
people who didn't do very well.
I'm much
With lots
softer
of
than
love.
that.
With lots of love. So, and that's how, I have learned myself, okay, let me go to, the pancreatic area and find out, where I have to actually put my brake, or, where I breathe. So these sort of things, nuances are very important, which only the guru can teach us. So you definitely need a guru. At the same time, you also should have that sort of a conscience and sincerity to practice the way your guru has taught you.
Oh, that's another very good point, the sincerity, and to follow up on that as well, because that's where you get the rewards of what knowledge when you put knowledge into action is when you get the results from it. So there's no point like bookish knowledge, somebody's just telling you and then you'll never know if it really works or not until you try it, and you have to practically do it.
Yeah, like okay, I go for meditation, I go for this, I go for that, but what actually you do, that is very important. Oh, then you wear very stylish clothes, the mat, and you just go. I mean, that's not important. You can do yoga on a floor also. It's not necessary that you should have a stylish mat, and you can do it whatever clothes you wear. You don't have to wear stylish yoga clothes and spend a lot of money. So the Western yoga, I feel, is much more a show-off type of a yoga rather than within yourself what you do in the, there is a difference between what the yoga in the West and the yoga which is practiced in the East. Slight difference. I mean,
Yes.
you yourself know, most of you know the difference, so I don't have to tell you.
Yes. What would you say is the difference, though? What do we like the meditation? Because the Eastern side is a bit more philosophical, a bit more. They have teachings that go with it.
And in the West, it is more body oriented,
practical. Yeah, more practical based. Yes, so it's like, yeah. I mean, with Andrea, you talked about your soul readings. I mean, that's very intuitive. That's very much like being able to, this is what gurus do as well, they know a lot about you by just talking to you, and they know straight away that, oh, maybe you need to do this, you need to do this, because they get an understanding of you. So there is a little bit of what do you understand by that side of things?
I agree totally with what Lakshmi was saying. It's so incredibly truth. The yoga, which means union, is something which is so sacred, something which is so incredibly refined. There's such a refinement in that spiritual advancement. And yes, it's true, in the West, sometimes people do concentrate a lot on the physical body, and they miss out on the most beautiful thing, which is the inner, that what I like to call the light body, that inner body. And then that brings that level of completeness in the way you feel. And I'm going to go to the International Yoga Festival in Rishikesh, so maybe some of you are going to be going. I'm going to be teaching some classes there, and it'll be so lovely. I'm saying it because I know that a lot of people are going from the UK, so in case anyone is going, it would be lovely to see you there.
Oh, when is that happening, dear Andrea? When is that happening? March next year. Oh, fantastic. Lakshmi, you're going as well? You know about it?
Not decided yet.
Oh, wonderful. Well, Lataji, but before we finish up, we are going to be doing our final, of course, paying our respects to, oh, there you go. I was just going to ask that. Of course, every single one of us, I think we need to just do a little 1 minute silence, I would say, and consider it as a little meditation. And a meditation where we do a little prayer within our own hearts and minds for the Queen, and perhaps pay our respects to such an incredible woman who has really been very dutiful, has done a lot for her country, and I think she has done it with so much grace, dedication, and dignity as well. So should we do maybe a 1 minute silent meditation? And Andrea, would you like to lead that for us? Just a minute of a small meditation?
Yeah, absolutely.
In memory of our, of course, Her Royal Highness, Her Majesty the Queen.
We can just close our eyes, and we just bring such a beautiful, gentle, wild smile on our faces, and really feel that deep sense of feeling good about yourself. And we bring our awareness to our heart center. And somehow I feel that everyone present here is a very giving person. And just recognize how much you give through your kindness, through your care. And we can reflect on the life of the Queen, who gave and gave and gave. And we can also keep giving in care and attention, and see the heart expanding. And become aware of your own breath. And allow your heart to expand in all directions. Feel the lungs expanding. And we take a few deep breaths, as we are aware of that inner light that you are. And what if it was true. I am okay just as I am. And with that gentle smile, with that expansive heart, expanded heart chakra, very gently, in your own time, when you are ready, you may open your eyes.
Wow, that was so beautiful. And of course, in loving memory of our Queen, Queen Elizabeth. And I have to say, I don't know about, Queen, of course, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. There is a funeral tomorrow. This is for all our audience members, of course, so you will all be aware of this. And if you're not, then here you go, Monday, 19th of September, 2022, which is 9:30 in the morning. There's going to be a special musical tribute by the Nehru Centre in London for Her Majesty the Queen. So if you wanted to go there and just enjoy collective paying respect.
Honey, just to correct you, this is a musical tribute by the Nehru Center, and it's live on YouTube, Facebook, and a Twitter. So it's online. Everybody can connect to Nehru Center's YouTube, Facebook, and a Twitter to see the live tribute from 9:30 by Nehru Center.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. And of course, there's a funeral going on tomorrow as well. So if you wanted to go and visit London and want to go there, if you're living in London, UK, or wherever, of course, you can go and pay your tribute. You can go and visit where the actual soul is resting at this moment in time at Westminster, or, go and leave your flowers if you want, whatever you would wish to do. This is something that all of us should be very proud of, that we have a wonderful Queen who has really, really given a lot of service over 70 years and really done a lot for the nation and for the Commonwealth countries, as well as, of course, the rest of the world. So with that, we pay our respect. And I just wanted to, whilst we're here, would there be anybody who may want to finish off today with their experiences of the...
And honey, let's remind our viewers that next Sunday, Healing Our Earth is going to do acknowledging Shraddh and a tribute to Her Majesty the Queen for next Sunday. We did first hour today. It wasn't enough. Riddhi could have gone on for 10 hours with Hemang Bhai and Prash, and we'll have more people coming next Sunday. So what we have decided next Sunday to do a special acknowledgement for the Shraddh, because it's end of the Shraddh, and the tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you. Over to you.
That's really beautiful. So next week, you will all have a chance to give your messages, share your experiences, and even if you were attending the funeral, watching any shows, anything you wanted to share, you'll be able to do that. So it's an open session, I'm sure, and that means you can ask your friends, family, anybody to come and join us and share their messages. So thank you for that, dear Neil, and I really look forward to that, paying our respects there. So we're coming to the end of our show for today. And I just wanted to say, is there anybody who would like to finish off with any final suggestions? Lata, anybody who would like to share any message, feedback, question, interrogation, whilst Andrea is here?
Well, I just thought of the spark of light that's within all of us. I think that's the most beautiful thing, when we actually allow that to glow and to shine out. And that's when, when you're in the storm and in the stormy seas, you forget, don't you? You just forget at that moment. You've got to stay alive and you've got to survive. So it's nice that it's very stabilizing to remind ourselves and have reminders, people to remind us, like Andrea and the speakers before. So I think it's a beautiful thing, don't you?
Absolutely. What a lovely way to finish off our session for today. So Lakshmi ji, our lovely host for today as well, Riddhi, Lata ji, thank you very much for joining us here today with your wonderful panel guest contributions. We love every time you're here with us, and we really enjoy your contributions, and we always appreciate that as well. And we are definitely very proud to have you as part of our Healing Our Earth family members. So we're very, very proud of that, for that. So Andrea, we're going to be finishing off for today. Our Healing Our Earth has now finished in about 2 minutes at 7:30. We're finishing our special Healing Our Earth session today. So is there anything you'd like to finish off with, a final message for our audience members? Maybe share anything you would like for your online courses, maybe your website, or if you wanted to leave some pearls of wisdom with our audiences.
You owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself. Just this evening or this morning, wherever you are, it's all around the world. Just take a moment of reflection and really think about yourself. Really think about your life, where you're going, what it is that is most important to you. Take a moment of reflection of where you want to invest your energy, where you want to go towards, what is most important to you, and realize that the final destination is yourself. Is becoming so in communication with your own heart and feeling really good about who you are, with as much deeper acceptance of every level within yourself. And ask yourself, what kind of life am I seeking for? And I remember when I started the journey and I met all these wonderful people that inspired me, I could see how much love they had and how much wisdom. And I remember that I always used to think, if I don't use my time in my life to seek this, you know, to be able to be real and down to earth, and yet to be able to understand people and value people, and seeing what is being said and what is not being said sometimes. These are, for me, are the most valuable things of life. And I invite all of you to have this invitation where you invite this big change of consciousness, but not as an idea, but as a feeling, where you feel it within your own heart. Because there are so many books out there and they're all wonderful. But what is going to change your life? A new verse or a new feeling that is alive? Because what is more powerful than teachings that are living within your own heart? And the possibilities are enormous. And don't you ever forget what a difference you can make to the whole world, not just in your own life, but to the rest of the world, just by the very way that you live your own life. If anyone wants to, I've got an opportunity, I always accept invitation to go and give talks and do meditations. I'm traveling more and more. I got a program in Milan, Rome. I'm going to go to Rishikesh, and I got programs in other countries, but it will be all on the website. But for me, what is more important is people, for people to find this new relationship with themselves and to realize that the possibilities are immense.
Wow, that's amazing. Hold on a sec. Thank you, Guru Andrea. That was amazing. What a lovely message to finish off with. That's right. And Andrea, you have been absolutely amazing today, really. And I think you really left every single one of us with a very profound message, which people can forget because we overlook. We're so busy running around trying to change the world, when we really should be starting off with changing ourselves. And that is a really, really powerful message. And I think I really appreciate with Riddhi, Lata ji, Lakshmi ji, all of these little messages that they contributed towards and the questions they asked as well. I think Really, really beautiful. I really, really
and reach
appreciate
out. Sometimes people, when we want to try a soul guidance reading, they get a little bit anxious because, oh, you know, there's nothing to be anxious about. This is all
Yes,
about you.
absolutely.
And
It's
to
all
you,
about
it's the
you.
most important subject.
I love that subject, actually. So, right, that sounds amazing. Yes, I love talking about me. Anyway, so
Not
Andrea,
in egoistic, in a selfish way, but in a way that when
yeah,
you are at peace with yourself, you really are helping the rest of the world to find greater
absolutely.
peace.
I believe that. I truly believe that. I think if you can put a smile on someone's face, if you can just share a little bit of joy, it's not about giving them prizes and presents and things. It's just the feeling that you give to people. You know, you uplift people's lives and their souls, and that's one of the best things you can do. And you do that so well with all the work that you're doing. So keep up the great work from all of us here at Healing Our Earth. We wish you the best of luck, best wishes. And all our audience members, you know where to find Andrea. We've shown you the website, so go and check it out. And check out all his online sessions as well that he does every week. So I think you would definitely find a lot of benefits from his weekly sessions. And not just that, you could also go and have your soul guidance session sorted out with our dear Andrea and find out a little bit about who you are as a person. Where can you find happiness, and where can you explore, you know, which direction you can go in to maximize your true potential. So thank you. And I love that. Be kind to all the people and blah, blah, blah. That message is beautiful. Do you remember what you said there, Andrea? Be kind to all people with your words, actions, and thoughts. This is true meditation. And what a profound way to finish off our meditation and yoga session for today. So I'm going to finish off with saying a goodbye and a global namaste to Andrea and doing a special prayer to finish off our session. So our thoughts again once more with our Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II. Tomorrow is her funeral. We all pay our respects to her. We all are very, very proud of her, and I think she has lived a very beautiful life, a really good life, and she's done a really huge service to the nation. So we're very, very proud of that, and thank you, you know, from all of our Healing Our Earth members. Our prayers are with you and your family, you know, because I know they're going through a tough time at this moment in time, as we would all. So with that, let's finish off with an Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha, which is a lovely prayer to finish off. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tat Savidur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurrbhuva Swaha Tat Savidur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona